is given today to this summit, and then tomorrow, it will not be wasted as a HR professional, because you will leave here more informed, equipped, and overflowing with knowledge and information that you will need for your area of expertise as an HR professional. And as a HR professional myself, years back when we were attending conferences on the future of work, I remember my friends and I, when we go for different kind of conferences, we'll say, oh, the future of work. We always think there's something that is in the distant future. But COVID-19 came and it accelerated the future of work for us. And we are already here. We're already in the future of work. It is very important as professionals to be ready to support our organizations and prepare the minds of our leaders and even our staff, everyone, employees, on how to lead differently in these times. It is a change that has come to transform the way we work and the way we do things, and we need to embrace this quickly and efficiently. We cannot keep going back, just like what Pastor Obinna said earlier on. We have to forget the way we used to do things, and we need to get very creative. We need to get dynamic in the way we are supporting our leaders and our companies and organizations now. We have to rethink leadership post-COVID-19. In recent times, human capital management, it has morphed into a hybrid system, which is less dependent on humans and more dependent on digital tools and technology. And this has taken a kind of toll on leadership, management, and even followership. So it's not an excuse anymore not to be technologically inclined, not to be savvy with technology, or knowledgeable in using tools that will help us work and deliver results from anywhere we are in the world. It's a time to get creative, like I said earlier on. I was reading an article recently. The World Economic Forum recently launched an initiative to provide 1 billion people with better education, skills, and jobs by the year 2030, because it is expected that the fourth industrial revolution will transform 1/3 of all jobs in the next decade. What does this mean to us as HR professionals? We need to prioritize reskilling, ensuring that people in our different companies and organizations have the right education, have the right trainings, have the right skills to meet the demands of their changing jobs today and to prepare them for the jobs of tomorrow. Some of these jobs, my people, it has not even surfaced yet. It is not yet in existence, but we have to be ahead of it. John F. Kennedy once said that learning and leadership are indispensable to each other. I do agree with this statement, because guess what? I am also here today to learn. So I welcome you all on this journey with us to learn, unlearn, and relearn. God bless us all, and thank you for tuning in. So that's it from me, Emma.
Thank you so much. Wonderful Biba, for opening and for your opening remarks and for being with us during this meeting. You're always with us. I mean, there's nothing that I ever ask Biba for that she doesn't give us. And our president, Tosin, we're always harassing them for one thing or the other, and they're always there for us, even though they run and they manage so many groups. So without any further ado, I'd like to hand back this conference to my co-host, Okwemiko Elesomi, the beautiful and delectable Okwemiko Elesomi, and hardworking, very hardworking woman, who keeps me up till what time of the night, trying to confirm 1 or 2 things that we need to get done, all right, that we needed to get done for this summit to take place. Okwemiko, I'd like to hand over to you. Please introduce our keynote and let's get started. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma, for all the commendation as well. Thank you for your leadership, and to Pastor Obinna and Biba as well. It's been a really awesome session. Sheon, please go ahead and share the profile for the keynote speaker, Ibiene Okeleke, sorry. Okay, thank you very much. So our keynote speaker today is Ibiene Okeleke. She's the Managing Director of Energy Training Center, a learning academy set up to provide a wide range of learning interventions for the entire energy sector. The Academy is focused on capacity building through bespoke learning experiences with the perfect blend of technologies and techniques to achieve organizational and personal success. Before becoming MD of ETC, Ibiene was the Chief Human Resources and Administrative Officer of the Ikeja Electric, a role she took on after privatization of the power sector in 2013 and was pivotal in positioning the Ikeja Electric as the leading power distribution company in Nigeria. Prior to this, she was the group head of human resources at Sahara Group and has held other key leadership roles in the financial services and technology sectors. She holds an advanced human resources executive degree from the Ross School of Business, University of Michigan, and a master's degree from the IESC Business School, University of Navarra, Spain. She also obtained a bachelor's degree in industrial relations and personnel management from the University of Lagos. She has also completed a strategic human resource training course at Harvard Business School, and she's a certified Prince 2 practitioner. Ibiene Okeleke brings on board over 27 years of on-the-job human resources and retail banking experience. She's also an executive coach and is passionate about people development, continuous learning, youth empowerment, career development programs. Ibiene is creatively inspiring with a positive attitude. She's a strong communicator, has a fantastic sense of humor, and believes in teamwork. She encourages and inspires her team to strive for higher productivity in the workplace. She also serves as an advisor on some non-for-profit boards. Ibiene resides in Lagos, Nigeria, and she's a mother and a wife. With Jesus Joy people, let us welcome Ibiene Okeleke, our keynote speaker for today. Thank you for joining. Over to you, Ibiene. Okay, Ibiene, are you on mute? Emma, could you please enable her unmute herself so that she can go right ahead?
She's fine now. Thank you.
Okay.
She's fine now.
Okay, so over to you, Ibiene.
Sorry about that. I'm really sorry. My laptop just decided to freeze when it was my time. So sorry about that. Apologies. I would like to, can I share my screen now?
Yes, please. She won't stop sharing so that she can start sharing.
Okay, all right. Okay. Okay, so let me share my screen. Oh, I sent it. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to. I normally do. Sorry about that. I had to quickly change my device. So let me just say. Share screen. What's going on? I had another device set up for this, so sorry about this. I just have to open this again. So can you see my screen now? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, all right. So sorry. All right, thank you very much, Pemiko, for this. Apologies for this. And I would like to say good afternoon to everybody on this session. Nice to meet you. And I would first like to thank the Covenant Christian Nation for this opportunity to share my experience today. And the most important part is that I'm happy to be with my HR community. And I'll try to say as much as I can within the 30 minutes. And it's important that we all know that we're sharing today. So I'm not coming from the perspective of teaching or telling people what they don't already know. HR people know a lot. So we'll be doing a lot of sharing and all that. So let me quickly go through my outline. So the topic was very interesting, and I looked at the theme of the whole program that is being run. And
sorry, Ibiene, we can see it's your email. We can't see your slide yet. It's
oh my dear, oh my God.
Showing.
I had to change my device quickly when I had that little. I had to change.
That's okay. Internet messes up sometimes.
So I'm using a device. I'm using another. I had to quickly get another laptop because what I was using. Sorry, Emma, I sent it to you now. as what do you call it, on WhatsApp.
All right, give me a few seconds. I'll just get that
Yeah.
up so that
So
you
it
can
means
use
I
it.
have to start telling someone to.
No
make
problem.
my-
That's remember what Pastor Obina just said. Now we've got to work with what we've got to change our way of doing things. Okay, so I'll just download that quickly, and you'll have it in a jiffy.
My laptop just quickly froze. I don't even know what's showing.
Just give me a second, and I'll have that up for you in a second. Okay. Right, I think we're coming up, but it will have to be the PDF, so people should bear with us.
PDF
All right.
is, the PDF
Okay,
is.
all right. That's
So
fine.
what's on
Okay.
the screen now? I don't know if I can see what's on the screen.
Could you stop sharing so I can
I
share?
think I should do that. Yeah.
Just stop sharing, and I will share. Okay. It'll be up in a jiffy. All right, there you are. Go right ahead, and just tell me when to move it down.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. So this is the front page. Let's go to the outline. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I sort of made it very, very direct. So I would start with looking at the evolution of HR for the last few decades, the trends of the future, and the HR trends and positioning for the future. So next slide, Ella. Emma, please. So what I tried to do here is sort of sharing what I thought had happened in the last 3 decades. And when I was doing it, coincidentally, I remember that I came into the HR space in the mid-90s. So, and I was fortunate to come straight into HR. And even before leaving and coming into the workplace, I had done most of my back jobs in the HR community. So I sort of had seen how HR had transited or evolved over these last 3 decades. So in the 90s, many of us saw that HR was typically, when we came in at that time, for those that had worked in HR at that time, it was purely paper-based. If many of you recall, recruitments were done by post. You send your letter of application, your letter, your CVs, you send it to a post, you're called to a hall, and you're invited to do tests. Everything was paper-based. Payroll was paper-based. We were giving pay slips. There was a lot of regulatory compliance. Then as we got to the end of year 2000, remember that famous year 2000, where we thought all computers would crash. We started hearing about the war for talent. And so that started, that was the emergence of that. Then we transited to 2001, the new decade. And then HR was moving from transactional to transformational. And there was a lot of data, HRS. If you didn't have a HRS at that time, you were not practicing real HR. Then there was a lot about diversity and inclusion, taking all cultures, all diverse kinds of belief systems, genders, ideologies. So that was all coming. So we're hearing a lot more. It was no longer personnel management or admin. It was now human resources, human capital. Then we moved a lot more to performance management. We deviated from appraisals. So it was a lot about, had you balanced scorecard was becoming more popular at that time? Had you set goals? Had it been cascaded from corporate to individuals? You were not looking at appraisals as a one-time event. You were looking at performance as a continuum. Then we moved into the next decade, which was from the 2011s to the 2020s. And we started hearing a lot about telecommuting, remote working, employee. It was all about the brand of the organization. We heard a lot about digitization, social media, brand, everything you did, employee value proposition, everything you had to do in HR had to align up with the brand and the image of the organization. Then we started having a lot of temp workers. Of course, this had started before now, but this was now beginning to, we had to talk a lot about flexi working. We didn't have a policy that was a one size fits all. You had to make it flexible. You had to take into cognizance women in the workplace, divergent views. Then came COVID in 2020. Then everything transited. Just like Pastor Obina said, COVID just did a quick transformation. The future we used to think was far suddenly came upon us. And that's where we are now. And we're in post-COVID, or we're still in COVID, and we're dealing with the issues. Emma, please, the next slide. So the next thing we'll look at, sorry, the next slide. I hope it's not my system freezing again. Emma, the next slide. Sorry, can you see the next slide? I can't see it. Sorry about that. Okay, sorry, I saw. So the next slide. So in this slide, I'll look at what we think the trends of the future will be. So we're in 2021, and a lot of those things we thought about, there were going to be HR for the future. And a lot of these things have started in the last decade.
Yes.
Remote working, creativity, digital economy, the gig economy. You have all kinds of people that come in and tell you, I would only work for you for a few hours or a few days or a few months. I'll work with other people. So there's a lot of flexibility, then strengthened culture. So these are the kinds of things we'll see as we transit in the next few years to come. And we would realize that the way the world is today, we can't pretty much sort of predict how the next few years would be. Like I tell a lot of people, we did a lot of reading, we do a lot of planning, in HR, we do a lot of reading, we follow the trends, we have a lot of materials. Nobody predicted COVID. Nobody anticipated. What happened to us was we had all done our budgets, we had all done our plans for 2020. And by March, I mean, we heard the story of what was happening in China, but we didn't see the impact. We couldn't even understand the impact on us. Then suddenly in March, it hit us in Nigeria. And here there was COVID. And the whole system, the whole workspace, the whole workforce, everything changed. Even at that time in March, a lot of us HR people couldn't predict how the workplace, we didn't even know the impact. We couldn't predict how it would be. And so what then happened in most of 2021 or 2020 was HR now became the focus. Everybody was looking to HR. What would HR do? How can HR was now put to sort of be the ones that, because everything was all about people. In the workplace, it's all about people. People are the ones that deliver. And HR, a lot of expectations come from HR. And a lot of these things sort of caught us unawares. And so these are things that people were grappling with. Now, another thing you would have noticed is that for most of us that work in HR and for everybody and a lot of people on this webinar, on this program, you notice that organizations differ from place to place. Your organization may be a global organization, another person's organization, or another person's organization may be a company in a remote part of Nigeria where you have a manufacturing plant, and you may be filled with a lot of blue-collared workers. Another organization has international employees. Some organizations were able to transit to remote working easily because they were already practicing remote working. Some organizations couldn't transit easily. Some organizations had issues where the kind of work people had to do had to be in the office, and so they couldn't operate. And we had issues to deal with. We had employees that had to grapple with managing challenges at home, wellness issues, health issues, technical issues, and technology challenges. And in all of this, the organization had to still survive and were expected to still deliver as HR. So a lot of these things were a myriad of things we had seen, we had to grapple with. And so in 2020, we now saw that it was going to be a sign of how the rest of the year. But the issue now, we're looking at 2021 today, and we're wondering, how will 2021 be? So Emma, please, could you move to the next slide? And so what I tried to do in the last two slides was sort of to build some context, because I think the core of what we should be discussing today, when I looked at the topic, is how do we thrive? How do we position? How do we prepare for a world, a place that we can't predict, and how we're expected as HR practitioners to sort of thrive, to meet expectations. Now, let me use myself as an example. It's always important to tell real life stories. For instance, I had left core HR 3 years ago, and I transited to the CEO role in a company that I had just started. But I actually found out that the majority of what I had to do was still HR. So in my current role as a CEO, I'm still doing a lot of HR. And I find out that the most complex thing I have to deal with are the people issues. So today we have a lot of leaders of organization, stakeholders. They have huge expectations of HR. They know what HR ought to do, and they know what to expect of HR, and they expect that HR must do it. So in the center of it all is the HR person. How do you thrive? How do you deal with this? How can you predict how the future will be? And the next set of HR leaders are expected to be adept and flexible. And we're expected to deal with the changes. I mean, in the last decade, part of the transition, part of the trends we had seen is that for the first time, we're having 4 or 5 generations of workers. We have the baby boomers, and we have the millennials, we have the Z generation, we have all of them, and they have diverse expectations. You have to know how to engage them, and they're all in the same workplace expectations, and HR is meant to do this. So for us in HR, there are certain skills that we need to have to be able to thrive these are the skills that I thought, because I thought about this. I said, what are the skills? What will we need? How will we position ourselves? How would we cope? And for me, I think if we're thinking that we can predict how the rest of the years will be, I think that will be very difficult. And I think it will be making a tall order to try to predict how the rest of the years will be. And so the point is, it's important to stay where you are today and say, what are the skills that I think I would navigate? Because for me, the next few years, they're going to come up in unpredictable trends. You can't even know how tomorrow will be. And there are certain skills you would need to weave through such challenges. So for HR, we need to be better thinkers. And we have to have that ability to think on our feet. We need to be tech pros. I mean, something just happened now. I've been having sessions, but today something happened. I had to quickly move to another device, and I had to adapt there and then. We have to be adaptable. We have to be problem solvers. Everybody's looking to HR. We have to be problem solvers. We have to be active learners. And when I say active learners, we're not just learning about HR. We have to learn about the business. We have to learn about the world. We have to predict how the world is going to be. We have to know about the green world. We have to know about artificial intelligence. We have to even know about technology, because we're the people that hire these people. We're the ones that get this talent. We're the ones that retain talent. And we don't just have to have business acumen. You also have to have digital acumen. So for instance, today, we're doing a lot of things. We're having to sort of recruit people online. And so when I think of that challenge, I tell myself, so if I do a very good recruitment and I do it virtually, what if that individual resumes and I find out that the person has a particular sort of handicap, or the person has something that I couldn't even sort of detect while doing a virtual hiring process? How do you deal with that? How do you integrate these people into the culture that you've had? How do you find out that the needs you have leaders that can't sort of manage teams that are diverse, manage teams that are virtual. I mean, for instance, a lot of us have meetings. We get into the meetings, we're trying very hard to make the meetings very focused. And we don't even know if somebody is lying down on a bed, somebody is ill, somebody is dealing with an issue. Engagement has a challenge. How do we engage employees? How do we engage them in this world? For instance, we also, in addition to this, we're finding out that a lot of employers are telling people to come back to the office. There are risks in this. How do we deal with these issues? There might also be a challenge where we may even have to go back home and work from home, because we can't even predict how the next couple of months, the next couple of weeks, the next couple of years will be. I'm sorry, Emma, move to the next slide. So in everything, I looked at it and I said, okay, how do we thrive? How do we do it? And I thought about myself in the years that I practiced HR. And I found out that even through the last 3 decades, as these changes were going on, I had navigated my career. I had moved from sectors. I had moved from certain industries, and I had transited even in job levels. And I asked myself, I said, how did I do it? How would I cope? How would I thrive as a HR person? And I said, and I looked at it and I said, you know what? Many times as HR, at the end of the day, we are the people right in the middle. So this is a Christian program. This is a Christian event, and I believe I'm speaking to other Christians. And so a lot of us will be wondering, do we have those skills? Where are we today? How do I thrive? What do I do? How do I cope with all of this? At the end of the day, it's you as a HR person. And there are many people around us. And so in this slide, I try to put it there. Who are these people, these stakeholders, these people we have to manage? You have the board. Even if you are HR at, not even at the C-suite level or at the head of HR level, whatever you do at your level of HR, because you manage people, whether you're a business partner, whether you are in center of expertise, you are still managing people, and the impact of what you do impacts on the brand. So whatever you do impacts on your organizational brand. Everything is all about the brand. Everything is all about the organization's reputation. That's how the world is today. What an individual employee does today has an impact on the reputation of the organization. Then the other people you have to manage are the employees. You have the employees to manage, the expectations of the employees. You also have the CEO. You have your executive management. And here, when I said executive management, it could even be the peers of that head of HR. You also have the board you're accountable to. Then you also have your team. How do you, in all of this, how do you thrive? How do you cope as a HR person? You're juggling many balls, you're juggling many expectations. The CEO has their expectation, they have their agenda. There's a brand you have to protect. You have, maybe you are even a company that has a parent company in another country that has a different culture, and there's certain practices and policies they're telling you to implement in your own environment or in your country. And you ask yourself, how do you manage this? Because it's all about us. It's all about us as a HR person. You have expectations of your team. You have expectations of the employees, and you have diverse employees. You have employees that are just leaving school. You have employees that want to navigate. They're wondering about their careers. For instance, what happened in 2020? Are you telling people that there will not be salary increases? Are you telling employees that there will not be promotions? Are you telling them that one whole year was wasted? Nothing happened to them. Are you telling them that they won't be on leave and all of that? So these are questions. And every day we ask ourselves as HR people, how am I dealing with this? How do I thrive? How do I navigate through this change? And I think this is the crux of what we should be discussing here, because it's not about what is going to happen. It's how do you deal with this? And still, at the end of the day, be yourself, be content, be happy. So, Emma, please let me move to the next slide. And the beauty of it all is that I really have to commend the Covenant Nation, because what you're doing here is so good. And because it's so good, that's why you have a lot of people joining here, joining this session. And so that was why when I heard about this, I said, yes, I will join. So I said I would ask ourselves as HR people some pertinent questions. And my assumption here is that we have a large number of people that are Christians. And even if you're not Christians, I know a lot of us have a sense of a belief. We believe in something. So I said I'll ask ourselves a few questions. Who are you? Some of us realize that, do I really remember who I am? After what happened last year, are you in congruence? A lot of things you do when you practice your HR, are they things that you really are really you, or are you doing what you think you ought to do? Who are you in HR? Who are you in HR? Are you really, how did you come into HR? Did you stumble into HR? Did you choose HR? Did you just get into HR by mistake? What is your HR? Is your HR a job? Is it a service? Or is it a calling? Are you a lover of people? Are you in HR for the prestige or the badge of the office? What brought you to where you are today? How did you get here? How did you pivot to HR? How did you stumble? How did you get where you are? How did you get to this level of your HR? How are you thriving? How are you coping? How are you going to survive? How are you going to navigate? Because you also have your own ambition. You also have your goal. You also have your purpose. Are you planning an escape? Are you planning to pivot to another career line? What do you want to leave behind or to be known for? What legacy do you want? Have you thought about that? Where are you going to be in the next 10, 20 years? So a lot of these questions are questions that we need to ask ourselves for us to thrive. And these are things that that helped me in my HR career. These were things that kept me going. And I knew what I wanted to do. I knew why I was in HR, because I knew I wanted to impact people. And so when I found myself in challenges, when I found myself dealing with issues, I went inside. And I thought, what are the issues? What are these things? What do I think is right? And also to thrive very well in HR, to deal with this, you are a Christian. You have God inside of you. It's God that brought you to this stage. It's God that brought you where you are. And he will take you to where you have to go to. And another thing again you have to realize is that your organization is not the same as another organization. Because I find out that a lot of things, a lot of us HR do is we read a lot of materials. Yes, I still read a lot of materials. There are a plethora of materials. HR, we have a lot of materials to read. We find ourselves reading World Economic Forum materials, publications from Forbes. We read The World at Work, HR.com, SHRM, CIPD, Deloitte, McKinsey. There are a lot of materials. But when we read these materials, we need to look at these materials and say, how relevant is it to my organization? How relevant is this thing? Will it work? Can I just use it? Can I implement it? You speak to other HR practitioners and they tell you what they do. Can you implement that in your organization? Have you thought about your board? Have you thought about your stakeholders? Have you thought about your organization, the brand? Can it work in your organization? How do you deal with these issues? How do you cope? How do you navigate with these issues that are going to happen? The changes that are going to come, how would you deal with them? And so for me, what had worked for me over the years is find out that you have to have a vision for yourself. You have to know where you're going to. And when you find yourself at a particular stage of HR, and you get to that stage, for instance, where we are today, what do you want to take out of this stage? What do you want to take out of this period? Do you want to make changes that would impact your organization? What do you want to do with the employees? Who do you want to satisfy? For HR, we always have that challenge, the employees, the organization. We defend the organizations. We're in the heart of it all. We're in the core of it. You have the expectations from your board, your CEO, your management, your brand, whoever you report to. Then you have the employees. You have to meet the expectations. You see certain things. What drives you? What keeps you? Why are you in HR? What do you intend to do? What helps you? What support system do you have? How are you going to deal with these changes that are coming? How can you even predict the next few changes? So for me, many times, what I've done is you look back and you look at the organization. You look at your organization. Yes, it's important to read a lot of those materials because they also would give you some idea of what is going on. A lot of times, those materials are actually very good materials, and they have a lot of data to guide us. As HR, we have to be experts with data. You can't survive in a world like this without data and information. It's almost like it's like almost traveling somewhere without using navigation or a Google map. So you need a lot of data to guide us. And so when we get this data, how do we use it? How do we predict? How do we manage? Where do we want to be? Where's our organization? Do we know a lot about the business? Do we know the direction of the business? Do we know the importance of what HR has to do to deliver? We guide the human capital agenda, the people agenda. The future of HR, it still remains as the people agenda. You really need to meet and take the people agenda. I mean, use the individuals, the organization, the people you have in the organization to achieve the organizational goals. So for us in HR, it's important for us to ask ourselves these questions. Who are you? Why are you in HR? What do you want to leave behind? What kind of reputation? What do you want to do? And with all these things at the back of our minds, it helps us navigate through a lot of these changes. And to be honest with you, I did a lot of reading, a lot of materials on how the future of the workplace will be. The truth of the matter is that a lot of those predictions may not even come to pass. They actually may not come to pass. And even if some of them come to pass, they may not be very relevant in the organizations that we find ourselves in today. So it's important to know a lot of these things, but it's more important to know the peculiarities of your own organization. How is your organization? How are your people? How do you differentiate your people from another organization? You might even be in an industry or even in a sector. How is your particular organization different from the other sector, other organizations in that same industry or sector that you are in? So a lot of these questions should guide us and also help us in coming up with a lot of practices and a lot of initiatives that we need to do. And it's because a lot of these materials, they tell us about the future of the workplace, that the workplace is going to have a lot of you're going to have a lot of people working from home. You're going to depend a lot on technology. We've already started doing a lot of that last year. You're going to have a lot of data. Job rules will change. A lot of these job rules will change. So if these job rules will change, what are you going to do with the current employees? What are you going to do with the current employees that you have? How are we going to reskill and upskill a lot of these employees? At the end of the day, it leaves the HR person with sleepless nights. Are you going to get rid of these employees? What are you going to do? How are you going to take them and reskill them to meet the needs, the competencies that we required for the changing organization? We don't even know how a lot of our organizations will survive in the next 2 years. We don't even know whether the sectors we're in would even exist, even if they will be relevant. These are questions we would ask ourselves, because when we read a lot of these materials, yes, they are materials, but then again, these materials, what do we then do with these materials? How do we bring them to be relevant to where we are today as HR people? And so a lot of times we'll find out that some of these things as HR people, we actually have a lot of these answers, because a lot of these things are not they're not that difficult, especially if you look inwards and if you actually think back and see how had you survived, what is important for you, what do you want to leave at the end of the day, what's that legacy? And even at the end of the day, even you as a HR person, where do you want to be? What are you doing with your own career? How are you navigating your career? Emma, please, can you move to the next slide? So in addition to this, I asked myself, okay, this is 2021. How have I been surviving? How have I been working? The past is no longer a guide. I mean, we all do a lot of budgets. We still do budgets. A lot of organizations we're in, we do a lot of planning. We do budgets. We all still had to do budgets this year, even when we know that a lot of budgets we did last year had to be shoved out of the windows. We still did budgets. How do we plan? How do you plan? Do you plan on a quarterly basis? Do you plan biannually? Are you still planning annually? These are questions we should ask ourselves. The workplace, the world is evolving. What worked in Q1 may not work in Q2. What worked in the last quarter of 2020 may not work in the first quarter of 2021. We need to be adaptable to change. And at the end of the day, this change, how well can we predict this change? How can we predict this change? The lessons from 2021, I said it earlier, nobody predicted 2020. Nobody predicted what the impact of COVID will have on the workplace. But what guided us was a lot of things that had been predicted about the future of work, which a lot of us thought would happen in 3, 5, or 7 years, suddenly was brought to the fore and was thrown at us last year. And we survived. We whipped through, we navigated, and we are where we are today. So what lessons have we learned? How will we deal with it the next few years? And so for me, I think it's important that we find out what is your organization? What does your organization stand for? What are your people? How do you differentiate your people? Because at the end of the day, the people are at the heart of the organization. They are the people, they are the ones that make the organization stick. And they're actually the ones that differentiate your organization from another organization in that same industry. So as a HR person, do you really know your organization? Do you know that differentiating factor about your organization? Because if you really do, trust me, you will thrive. I think for a lot of us in HR, we actually don't realize how good we are, how knowledgeable we are, and how a lot of these issues we deal with are actually inside of us. And so maybe many times we just don't know how to go about. It's just like parenting. I mean, you have children. Nobody has guided you in how to bring up children. But you realize at the end of the day that you were actually a very good parent because your children ended up being they came out very well. And you look back and realize you did well. So for HR is also pretty much the same thing. So it's important for us to review and look at last year. How did we do that last year? How will this year be? For me, a few things I've had to do is, yes, I have an annual plan, but I don't follow those plans anymore. I have an annual plan, but I plan for quarters, and I think it's more realistic. I plan for quarters. I'm more adaptable. I welcome change. I'm reading, I'm learning, I'm relearning, I'm upskilling, I'm having to learn new things outside HR. I'm not just reading and knowing a lot about HR. I'm learning about almost everything because you have to be knowledgeable. And we need to still look inwards to know how strong we are. We have to also look into the fact that we are creations of God, and God will always guide us because at the end of the day, there's a purpose. And so we need to also know that we are in a unique environment. Your workplace, your organization is very different from another organization. People are the same. They work in these different organizations. But at the end of the day, your organization makes your own company different. The people may be the same, but your culture, how do you cope with culture? What's happening to culture today? How can you manage the culture when you have people working? How are you keeping employees engaged? So I think I would actually welcome questions. I think it's actually at the end. But for me, coming to this session, I said, I'm not sure it's easy to sit here. And a lot of the materials we have, there are a lot of materials out there. Deloitte has given us the trends for the workplace of the future, McKinsey, World Economic Forum, SHRM. There's a lot of write-up. I've looked at a lot of those write-ups, and I am not sure it can adequately prepare us. A lot of things that are being predicted are very correct. And a lot of the things that we read there are not shocking. They're not shocking to us. To be honest with you, I know a lot of us here in HR, a lot of things we read there, they're not shocking to us. But the real challenge for the HR person is, we've read all of that. We've gotten all this knowledge. How do we then implement it? How do we implement it? How do we use it? And that's the key issue. How do you thrive? And I actually think that is what this program is trying to achieve, because I looked at the whole program, lovely set of topics. And for me, I think that's the most important thing. You can't overly predict how the next few years will be. And even what has been said, they're not coming as surprises to us. A lot of these things, we know them, we can see them. But the most important thing is, how do you thrive? And in closing, I think the most important thing is to say that once you look inward, once you know where you're going to, when you look back over the years, that thing that had helped you would always help you, see you through. And at the end of the day, just know that in HR, there are many people, there are competing needs. There's the agenda of the CEO, there's the agenda of the board, there are the expectations of the reputational risk of your brand or your organization, there are shareholders, you have colleagues, you have peers, executive management, you have your team. How are you meeting all these people's expectations? What are you doing? And then with all these things, I mean, having them in mind and taking them, because nobody else knows it better than you actually know what the answer is. So to come today and think that I will stay here and say I'll look into a crystal ball and say, this is how the future will be. Because for me, when I was in HR, I went for all the conferences. I went, each time you come back and you say, okay, how will I put to practice what I've learned? Even International Labour Organization, you sent the Centennial, whatever, oh, I was there. Yeah, you were there, you read everything, but at the end of the day, how did you bring it into practice? You find out that it was God that guided you. There was just something inside, that innate, the same way you are as a parent, something guides you. So in the core of it all is you. And that's the most important thing. How do you thrive? How do you do practices that when you go to bed, you feel happy? How do you come up with the initiatives that you have to put? How do you handle them? Let me stop here. I think I would, if there's a chance, I would like to take questions. So let me just stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ibiene. That was a really insightful session, and I took down a lot of notes myself. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for coming and for sharing so much with us this evening. There are a couple of questions that I will be sharing with you. We've had some of the participants share their questions, and a lot of thanks as well. I'm sure they wish they could unmute to give you a round of applause after such a wonderful session. And so the first question I will ask is, the first question I will ask is, as an MD yourself, there's a question here saying that, how can I manage a CEO that refuses to adapt with current trends in HR? So how would you, I mean, as an MD, how would you expect that your HR would approach you in terms of, driving change or, bringing forth new trends in HR? How would you suggest that is managed?
Okay, sorry, Opemipo, just to help us here, sorry to just, HR, we're always planning and organizing. Maybe you should take a lot of questions together. Or
okay, that's fine.
Read it. Okay, yeah, because I'm managing, and you guys have done so well with time, And so maybe I've taken note of that first question.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that's the first one. The second one is, what can HR do to encourage SMEs adopt to a better system that focuses on growing people? So the person had highlighted or given a background saying that due to COVID, a number of organizations or SMEs, they don't pay pension and the taxes and things that they are usually supposed to remit. So how do you encourage SMEs to do that in the face of even growing their business in the first? I mean, if the business isn't thriving, how then do you talk about growing the people? So that's another question. There's another question that says that, can you share more insights in terms of how HR can really be at the forefront of understanding the business? Because if you don't understand the business indeed, how do you prefer solutions? And then another one says, what are the important skills, knowledge, and expertise that HR must have to be considered a business partner in running the people needs? And I know that you did mention quite a number of skills like better thinkers, active learners, tech pros, digital acumen, adaptable, business acumen, and problem solvers. So those were some of the things that you highlighted in the course of your presentation. But if there are other things, just to ensure that the person's question.
So let me take these three questions.
Okay.
So the first question said, how do you convince a CEO that doesn't believe in a lot of these things? And the second one was about SMEs, remitting pensions, and a lot of that. And the third question was, what are these skills to be a business partner if you want to be a successful that? Yes, I listed. So the first two questions are quite similar. And the person said, especially because now I'm a CEO, and I'll tell you that what keeps the CEO awake at night, even though people make that statement, and I tell people I don't stay awake at night, I actually sleep, especially if you're a child of God, you will sleep. So the issue is, the first critical thing is the survival of the business. So it's the survival of the business. So the person is saying, how would I explain a lot of these HR things to, that's a real question. And that was why I was trying to make my session very practical, that we get carried away a lot of these initiatives. But the critical issue is, you now read them, you know a lot of this. How do you then put them to practice, especially when you're in some of these organizations where you don't think you can do it? I think the most important thing is we need to realize first that a lot of the CEOs or owners of business actually know what they expect of HR. I will be shocked that they may not have the fancy words, but they know what they need, because they all understand that people are the core of what they need to use to achieve the results. So it's important for that HR person to be able to sell. You see, and the next question links to this first question. A lot of HR people, to be very, very frank and blunt, don't have a very good understanding of the business. I have to be blunt here. We don't have a very good understanding of the business. A lot of HR people do not understand the business. A lot of HR people would look at those financial reports. They probably can't even understand it and think the numbers are not for me. And when they come for these business meetings, they're probably seeing just the HR issues and not seeing the business issues. So a lot of times, and that's why I said part of the skills you need are business acumen and digital acumen, because you need to come for meetings like that, hear the problems. And it also, this question would also respond to the question on the business partner. You hear the business issues, they are going back to come with HR that will, an initiative that will solve the business problems. But for sometimes for we HR people, we are not thinking of ourselves or using HR to be a problem solver. We just think of HR because we've seen all of this, we've gone for a conference, we've heard all of this, and we just want to come to quickly implement in your organization. However, in the core of every business problem is a HR issue. So when that HR practitioner can see the people challenge in that issue and solves that problem, that is when HR becomes relevant. That's when HR becomes relevant. So the next question that says, why are we not paying, why can't we pay pensions? That organization is probably thinking of how to survive, how to pay salary. Do you understand? But wants to still be compliant, wants to be able to meet all the statutory compliance issues. But the point is that organization wants to be able to pay its, what do you call it? Its employees. But it's important for the HR person to also tell the head of the business that there are also governance issues. There are also risks of not doing it. And you come up with a solution where you may say, okay, can we be creative? Can we stagger it? But sometimes HR will just come with that, this is the way to do it, and you're not wearing the cap of the business owner. So most times, key points to make, we need to have an understanding of the business. We need to see ourselves as problem solvers of the issues in the business, and don't just see the initiatives you need to do as, I need to implement this because everybody else is doing it. So we need to see ourselves as problem solvers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, so I'll take just one more question. And the person says, with artificial intelligence, does HR lack relevance? Would HR still be relevant in the organization today? Would artificial intelligence eliminate jobs or create jobs? And will we still be relevant as a function in the face of all of this now?
Even as we hear a lot that machines are going to take over a lot of the roles, jobs will, the point is people are still going to be relevant in the workplace and there will still be a need for people. But the point is there are certain jobs that machines will do. And also another challenge HR is going to have to manage in the workplace is when man meets machines, you're going to have machines and you're going to have human beings. HR is still going to be the chief machine officer. You're going to still have to manage these two people. Secondly, new job roles will be required. For instance, people say a lot of jobs are going to be taken by machines. These machines can't draft certain kinds of letters. These machines can't do creative things. So new roles will be required. And so the question or this is the reason why there's a lot of point, a lot of talk about reskilling and upskilling, in the sense that people need to start reskilling. So in organizations with machines coming in, certain jobs may be lost, but new roles will come up. So ultimately, we will still need people in the organizations, but people will be doing other roles. And then people are not going to be irrelevant. You will still need people in the workplace. And with AI coming, it's going to support HR, it's going to support the entire business because it gives a lot of information. It's predictive. And so it's something we should embrace, and we shouldn't see it as something that's going to come and kill the organization, but we should start seeing how to navigate with these changes because the world is changing and we should adapt and navigate. And I think that's really the message for and the whole essence of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibiene. This has been a really useful session. Unfortunately, we are out of time now and won't be able to take any more questions. If we do have any more questions, we'll pass them over to you. And if you can, please respond.
Sure, I will.
We're grateful to have had you here this afternoon. So we'll hand over to the next speaker now. Catherine, over to you to introduce the next speaker. Shaun, please share your screen.
Sorry, Catherine, before you start, I just want to say a big thank you to Ibiene. There are so many thank yous coming in the chat room. It seems you've blown up the chat room. Everybody is saying thank you. People are asking for the recording. And just want to let everybody know that you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. I'm popping the link right in the chat. And you can subscribe to our YouTube channel, and you'll be able to watch Ibiene's recording over, on the channel. Thank you so much. Over to you, Catherine. Over to you, Catherine. We can't hear you, Catherine. Okwe, please, could you pick up from where Catherine is hanging and quickly read Femi's profile, please? Thank you. Okwe, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you pick up from where something is happening to Catherine and we can't hear her?
Okay. Femi is a master's degree holder in human resources management from the University of Bedfordshire, the UK. He started his career in banking, where he has more than 10 years of combined experience. Femi has also worked in management consulting, specializing in HR and strategy, where he has over 15 years experience. He's an active facilitator and has trained various management and soft skills development programs in more than 5 different countries in 3 different continents. He currently serves on the board of a human resources consulting firm, and is also an executive in a financial services firm. Femi is a consummate sports follower with special interest in football, basketball, and baseball. He also likes music, the arts, and dancing. He's happily married and lives in both Lagos, Nigeria, and Toronto, Canada with his family. Please let's welcome Mr. Femi Oluwoyeye to take us on his session today. Over to you, Femi. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Hello, thank you very much. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can see and hear you. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure, it's a great honor to be here. And before I go, I need to say a big thank you to our lead speaker, Ibiene. It's been a while. Indeed, she's done justice to this. I don't think there's anything anybody can add. That's a fantastic presentation, Ibiene. Thank you, and very well done. I learned so much more. Like I said, learning is a daily affair. A big thank you to the TCN team, Pastor Yemade, Boju Yemade. Thank you, sir, for once again, putting this team together. Leadership of the nation. A big thank you to my sister, Emma Clark, for the opportunity to present here. And a fantastic job, Okwemiko, for managing this fantastic manner. It's one of the best management of a program that I've ever experienced. Efficient and quite timely. Without boring you, I would like to share my slides. Can I go ahead now?
Yes, please. Please go ahead and share your screen. Yes, please share your screen.
So let me share screen. Okay. Just a minute. Okay. Yeah, here. All right. So can we see the screen? Is it visible?
Not
Hello?
yet.
Is it? It isn't.
No, it's not.
Okay. Is it visible now? Hello?
No,
Not
it's not.
yet,
It's
sir.
not. Not yet.
What about now?
No,
Hello?
we can't.
Okwemiko?
We can't
Not
see
yet.
it.
I see an error code. Screen sharing has failed. Please start again.
Okay, while you try to start again, if you can send it to me via WhatsApp, I can pass it on to the presenter to share.
I'll do that in a minute. Okay, so while that is starting, I'll quickly make some remarks. One of the things I did learn during my master's program, which was for me a great opportunity to deepen my knowledge and skills in HR. As one of my professors at the University of Bedfordshire would say, he said, HR people need to be thinking professional. And that just became like, for me, a guiding light. And I do say to everybody here, and I say it also to myself on a daily basis, are we thinking? Are we not just, are we taking knowledge and are we using the knowledge? Because it's one thing to have the knowledge, it's one thing to adapt it to the situation you find yourself. And honestly, this is one of the things which personally, from my own working experience, has been most useful for me. And I do say to everybody here, it's not just about getting knowledge or reading materials or accumulating the knowledge or the materials. It's actually more important to be able to apply this knowledge. I'm just trying to speak to some of the things Ibiene said, and I do tell, honestly, these are real. These are the reality that we do find ourselves in today. So if you just give me a minute, please, I think I'm having a glitch here. I'll quickly do what I can to send this to Okwemiko.
Can you share the screen again?
Okay, so let me try once.
Let's try again. Let's try again. If it's not working, then you can send it to Okwe. Let's see.
Okay, so let me try one more time. How's that?
No, it's not sharing. Just go ahead and send it to Okwe. It's not sharing. We need to fix that.
Okay, just a minute. Okay. All right, just a minute. Okwemiko, right? Oh, where?
Yes.
A minute. Like to be out. Apologies, please. Yes, we're having technology challenges now. Yes. So over to your Okwemiko, the slides are with you now.
Okay, I haven't received the slides yet.
Okay.
I haven't received the slides. Do you send it to my email or WhatsApp?
WhatsApp.
Okay, I haven't received it yet, but may I suggest you just go run through your slides and then we'll display when it comes up. But just go ahead and then we'll share the slides later with people in the interest of time. Okay, it's
so
come through
quickly,
now. So
first of all, some definitions.
Can you hear me?
The topic I was giving is organizational change and transformation, managing a hybrid workforce. So I start with definitions, okay? And simply saying, what is organizational change? I'm sure most of us have, who've done some academic study in this will know that change is just, transiting from one state of affairs to another. Some kind of dissatisfaction or a need to move from one state of the organization. And it's usually speaking about culture and then structure. And it also impacts on strategy, policies, procedures, technology, and so. Okay, so I put culture there twice because it's all about culture. Now, a transformation is a dramatic change in form or appearance. and that's just transformation is low. The key events like your driving license, and for those who have lived abroad or traveled abroad, that is a major issue in people's life. When you have a driving license, it's almost like your ticket for so many other things that you never did have. Or going to college, or even getting married, okay? This could cause major transformation. For those who are married here, they will all tell that getting married was a major transformation. And transformation can be extremely and radically, impacting your life. It's a change that is extremely radical. In some cases, it can be very, very radical. Now, specifically looking at organizational transformation, academically, we say it's a process of transforming and changing existing corporate culture. This is to the intent and purpose of achieving some competitive advantage or addressing a significant challenge. It could also be a very exciting time for an organization. Now, what are hybrid? What is an hybrid workforce? I'm sure most of us know this. Practically everybody here will know what an hybrid workforce is. Essentially, it's a blended workforce, okay, of staff or employees, some working remotely and some working from the office or in some kind of central location. It could also be about different work styles, okay, or timing, where you have some people doing shift kind of work and things like that. Sorry, please, Opango, do you have the slides now?
Yeah, the slides are up now. It's showing we're on the definitions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, definitions. Thank you very much. But I can't see my screen here. I wonder why. But it's okay if everybody can see the.
Yeah, we can all see it. So
Okay, yeah.
just go ahead. Just let us know when to change the slide. So that.
Yes. So, like I said earlier, it's about blended workforce, okay, where you have some people working in some kind of temporary or occasional, work, and then some people working outside. Okay, so there's a combination of things. You have some people working on a contract, some people being full-time employees. So you have all sorts of things that fit into your strategy and all the other things you want to achieve as an organization in the HR space. Please, the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. I took this off, like Ibene said, HR people were never short of materials all over the place. No, you moved ahead. A step back, please. You went too far ahead. Please step back a little. Thank you. Why organizational change and transformation? Okay, so I took this from some article from Aaron. Sorry, please, can you go forward, please? Hello. Hello.
Yeah, so it's fine now on why organizations. No, not this one, the one before.
Exactly. So please just stay on this slide. Thank you. You're moving ahead of me.
Show the one before this one.
Hello, Pamipo. Yes, please. Oh, there's some delay. Okay.
Yeah, there's delay. Yeah. Well, it's on now. It's on.
Okay.
So
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, essentially what this author said, this writer said, okay, we're looking at mind shift for organization. This is an example of what change and transformation is. So some people in some organizations decide, instead of looking at profit, which is one of the core areas where consulting firms actually make, organizations speak to the core of their business. It's all about profit. And a major change, a major mindset shift for organizations is moving from profit mindset to purpose. Now, for you to understand this clearly, I've had an opportunity to work in one or two organizations, a few organizations, and I can tell you that purpose-driven organizations are those organizations that are not only profitable, but are also organizations that are sustainable, and they would also be profitable in the long term. And these organizations also are organizations that today, rather than chase just the numbers in terms of profitability, they look at the things they do for their staff and the things they do with their staff. For example, I was privileged to work in one of the top 5 banks. And one of the things I realized is there's a budget for training, which was one of the reasons when I did my master's, I did a study of the profit or the revenue generated by different banks. I picked a few banks from the top tier, and I compared it to their investment in people. It was extremely challenging because it was difficult to separate what they spend on training or development with what they spend in terms of staff. So I had to find some solution, some metrics to come up with some figure that gave me an idea of what actually do go into training or development. And it was extremely startling to realize doing that research, which I can share with anybody who is interested. The organizations that do put a lot more money in the development of the staff do actually perform better over time. And some of them focus on the metrics, meaning measures of success, not just in terms of profitability, but in many other areas. Some of the mindset shift comes from organizations who look beyond hierarchies, because typically as HR people, one of the first things we do when we get to do a system is to bring up the organogram and things like that. But today, and it has existed even before now, organizations are actually going beyond hierarchies to looking at how to get established networks. One of the beauties of this is that you find out that in those organizations, for example, I worked in an FMCG that was in 152 countries in the world. They use this network in such a way that you'll be surprised that if you need things, if you have things to get done, you could easily just get online and tap into the network in these organizations. And it's not just about internal, we're even talking about the use of knowledge within the organization. And believe you me, constantly when something works in one of the countries that they've tried something out and is working, they share this knowledge across board and they look for how it can be adaptable to the local economy in each of these countries. I'm trying to not mention too many of these organizations for specific reasons, please. Now, another major mindset shift is moving from the controlling, which is the way businesses typically run, to empowering people. Now, this is a big challenge because it involves delegation, it involves so many things. Empowering people. It's a difficult thing for a lot of bosses or managers or supervisors to allow people to express themselves, particularly with, like Ibene said earlier, we have like 5 sets of different kind of generations in the workplace. And believe you me, it's only in this space, in this part of the country, that we tend to limit. If you have to either read around or live in some countries, for example, in Canada, if you're at the age of 75, 80, and they're encouraging them to come back into the workforce. And it's shocking to see that even in a country like the US, you find that a lot of people in their 70s and 80s are still there. What am I trying to say is that we put caps. There's a lot of caps in our system, in our environment, on a lot of things. Empowerment is not just about, giving people opportunity to think ideas or to have control over their work and not to micromanage. It's also about the flexibility in terms of those who are put in the, in the place of work. And there are different work schemes in this space, okay? Another mindset shift is from planning, which is what we all do, which is what most organizations do, to experimentation. I dare tell you, one of the institutions I work for, which is a bank, today came up with one of the most beautiful ideas that has become a commonplace. And this is not a story for today, it's a 76-year story. When a lot of banks were still a bit cold-feeted around digital banking. Now, I will use this space. Wema Bank went into this much earlier than most other banks. And if you understand what it means, digital banking is actually a whole gamut on its own. It was a major experiment, it was expensive, but believe you me, it was a major mind shift. And from that today, we see what, for those who know about that, what it has done with global awards here and there. And that's what we're talking about, a major mind shift. And if you look at Wema and look at some other of this first generation, we want that should it have been a Wema that should have been leading the digital banking space? Probably not, but it's because of the kind of people that Wema had at that point. I was privileged to be head of HR for 3 years there, and I can tell you it was a fantastic job because it was a major organizational change and transformation event that we did. And things which people thought could not happen. Essentially, my own work, which I can also share with you, was to digitize or transform and automate all HR processes. Now, believe you me, one of the things that I enjoyed most about the job was, and I'm trying to encourage us to also look at this in our own space, was to look for every process and what can I automate. And believe you me, I had leadership empowerment, I had leadership support that we could, the skills we needed for some of these things was IT, HR and IT doing most of the work. Of course, we had to bring other units in the system. One of the beauty of the transformation job there was that we were able to use internal resources, and we also got the authority and the empowerment to bring in resources from outside, because there were things we wanted to do. We had to bring in expertise from outside. And of course, in those spaces, when you are talking to IT, for those who know, I'm sure most of you have worked with them, you need to be flexible. You cannot be dogmatic about the way you manage them. And that's to tell you that these things we're talking about is happening, has been happening. Now, essentially, you find out that in some organizations, okay, I'm seeing some questions there. We'll get to the questions at the end, please. They're moving from privacy. There's a lot of secrecy. Today, if you like it or not, the world is about transparency. And I can tell you, one of the things I learned also working in one of these, the first generation bank I mentioned, okay, I will pick the example of Guaranty Trust Bank. Believe you me, there are things you cannot do in Guaranty Trust Bank, which was commonplace in most financial institutions. And if you ask the regulatory authorities, they will tell you, Guaranty for a long time was a problem to a lot of other, because there's some things they will not do. When I say transparency, it was across board, okay? And hopefully, going forward, Guaranty will keep exhibiting those traits of transparency. Please, can you go ahead, please? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So why do organizations change? Why change? Organizational change for a number of reasons. They are either changing as if to react to certain things or be ahead of others. So sometimes some of the reasons that cause them to change is crisis. COVID-19, it has caused organizations, not just in Nigeria, globally, to change. Now, I would like to share this with you. About 20 years ago, I worked in Philips Consulting, and sometimes I'm amazed that people still talk like in some organizations, even as we speak, because I was with the CEO of a bank in the last few weeks. And one of the things that struck me was he said, look, it's time for people to come back, because more than 40, 60%, except those in the operational area in the branches, they were working, most people were working offline. And I asked him, I said, boss, are you sure this is the time this thing hasn't clear? He said, look, a lot of people are, resuming now. I said, I don't think so. I think we should take it because he's a friend and I happen to have a close relationship with him. And I'm just trying to tell you that it's difficult for people to accept that these things that we have seen in COVID, remote working offline and those things, way back some 20 years ago for me was a normal way of life in Philips. My boss of blessed memory, Mr. Shopofawole, may God bless his soul, passed on in January this year. Believe me, it was also COVID. I'm unhappy to say it, but it's the truth. What am I bringing to fore is that he empowered me in such a way that on the days when I just felt, people sometimes we are too much into presencing in our space. People want people to be in the office so that they can see they are working. And I told him I would just tell him, I said, I need a day off and I'll work from home. What do you need me to do? And he just give me deliverables. And I forwarded it to him by email. Done. Sometimes you come with me, Femi, do you need a day off? I said, I don't need a day off. I want to come to the office today. I'm just talking about flexibility. Leadership needs to start imbibing the spirit of flexibility in the workplace. Now, performance gaps is one of the reasons why organizations change also. They see a dip in profitability or a dip in business volume or revenue, and they think that they need, or they generally feel people are not enough, and then the organization is not doing well enough. So we must think around what we change here. Technology is also a big one. In the space of banking, for example, which I've done half of my career in, technology has changed so many things. And you find out that smaller players today, without physical structure, brick and mortar, they are breaking bounds. It will keep happening, as most of us will see. Believe me, a lot of people who are in the space of HR technology, HRIS, they don't even have much HR experience. They just see opportunity. And that for us in HR, for me, as someone who has done HR for about 20 years in my short career, beyond that, I've done a few years in banking also. I see that HR people were slow in adapting technology. I am way back about 16 years ago for me. When I joined a certain bank, I tried to bring on board some of the ideas I had. And leadership was not listening, okay? Because even at that time, some of the leadership did not even like HR, but you know how it works in some banks. The leadership wants somebody there, they put the person there. It doesn't matter if the person has interest, knowledge, skills, they put the person there. So I had to coast through, but I managed to. Now, I moved by the message of God to another organization, and they were looking for change. That was the first opportunity I had to implement online, because I was the head of learning and development, online learning system. And, believe you me, another opportunity came and I was able to implement the second one at another bank. And in a short while, my colleagues in this former place where I worked, the other bank, came and said, "Fred, what are you doing? Are you doing?" And I showed them. I had my learning system online. I had my performance management system online. Everything I could automate in terms of work processes, it was automated. And when they came, it's like, "Are you saying they did it?" I said, "Yes, we did, because I had the leadership, I had the management that said, "Let me go ahead and back you up." And that's what we're saying. Sometimes you need to sell the benefits of this beyond the cost to the organizations, to leadership. So this is one of the reasons organizations did, because we needed to move faster, because we're not in the place where we could compete with certain organizations in the same market. And the question of opportunity is also there. Like I mentioned, I don't want to overflow digital space. That's an opportunity was seen, and then we moved it. So organizational changes. Reaction to internal and external pressure. For example, if you're not doing well enough, it's also an opportunity. You can find a need or a necessity, to change. Sometimes it is done by regulators, but instead of waiting for regulators to put pressure, you can also look at what are the trends and what is easily adaptable. Mergers and acquisition also causes organizations to change. Okay, obviously, I'm sure most of you know about the mergers in the banking sector a while ago. I'm trying to localize it now, and this forced a lot of changes in the financial service space, where a lot of banks had to come together to make sure that they can retain their license. A lot of employees suffered because there were a lot of exits, but it also empowered these organizations to become more efficient, and hopefully today they are more profitable and they are more sustainable. Sometimes it's just about something sounds good, it's a fad, everybody's doing it, so why don't we do it? Now, sometimes it can be planned abandonment, because in some areas you find out that maybe the product is not moving. I do know of a product, one of the beverage companies, and then they found out that there was a particular product they had which wasn't doing well with another product. They actually did go in, they abandoned it, and they went into another product to compete with the one that wasn't doing well against. And that's part of strategy also. Please speak to the second slide, please. Please, next slide. Okwamiko. Please, can you quickly? Thank you. Now, we talk about organizational transformation. This requires a mindset transformation. I take a quote from Gary Hamel, Global. He said this at the Global Peter Drucker Forum in Vienna. The most profound business challenge we face today is how to build organizations that can change as fast as change itself. Now, believe you me, a while ago, we used to think Nigeria was isolated, that the world is a global village. I remember way back a while ago, I'll refer again to my time at Philips Consulting, where a lot of ideas about e-commerce, then it was novel, and this thing, is it going to happen? Will people be able to buy things? And then it all looked like, foreign languages. It looked, when would this happen? Today, I do tell you, not just about COVID, even though COVID itself, the pandemic, has escalated in numbers. In the last 1 year, in 2020, most institutions who had the capability to transit were more profitable than they were ever, because they could charge per transaction. And that's what we're talking about, the ability to change as fast as change itself. And that's what we're saying here. Even us as HR people, we need to start looking at how do we ensure organization is in the space, take advantage of the changing, space. And believe me, this will likely continue, and it is continuing. Examples of what you are seeking to understand and tightly linked to your organization change program. For example, in your organization, you need to start asking questions. What did we learn about our customers during the change? How can we take advantage? How can we position ourselves to be the preferred brand, to be the preferred supplier, to be the preferred service provider? What did we learn about our internal processes to serve our customers? How can we tweak the way we're doing things? And these are the things organizations are thinking around, and we also should be thinking. What did we learn about our market and how we make money? Believe me, the ways organizations have changed has also made us start rethinking where really is the money. Okay. Did we identify and remove impediments to innovate and or to better serve customers? These are the things that as HR people, as I started earlier, my professor, and I'll keep saying it because it was a fantastic time for me. After working in HR for almost 10 years, I said to myself, I needed to understand more in the theoretical aspect. And he says to me, and all of us that teaches, you must be a teaching professional. It's not just about taking the knowledge, how do you implement it? How do you adapt it to your organization? How do you adapt it to your environment? This is the next slide. And that's what we're saying there. As HR people, we need to start thinking and be the change management that the organization needs, being the one to initiate the process of thinking through transitions and transformation. Please, can you go to the next slide, please? Please, the next slide. Oh, Emma, please, the next slide. I don't want to go ahead of... Hello, can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So we defined the hybrid workforce in the first slide. Two things we all need to know as people start to return to the offices. Let us all know remote work is here to stay. As much as leadership in a lot of organizations, we like to see people in the office. The way we work has changed and it will change permanently. Secondly, it shouldn't look anything like the improvised emergency approach that was hastily thrown together in the face of the global pandemic. What am I saying here? We must start looking at how we can take advantage of what was thrown at us when we were unprepared, and to manage an hybrid workforce, those who are working remotely, those who are physically, okay, because there's some necessity to have people to sometimes work in the office in some organizations because of the kind of services they provide. However, having people to work remotely has come. And for us as HR people, we must start looking at how we can engage management, how we can encourage management, educate management to get them to start doing these things so that we can get to that level where we're thinking and behaving like a global institution, even though we're still playing locally. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you.
It's on already. I think it's just network delay.
Thank you. Okay, I think there's some delay or maybe from my end. So specific things, all right? And between you and I, these are things you could talk up on your own, come up with creative ideas. I don't go with templates, I go with creativity. There are templates, but you must find what is adaptable to your organization. Like Emma said earlier, and I'll keep saying Emma because Emma, I'm sorry, Ibiene, she did a fantastic job with the presentation for the opening of this session. One, you must create set expectations and guidelines for office required and office optional. There are things that are required, there are things that are not. Expectations must be clear. Guidelines to how to behave in managing the workforce in this period, having an hybrid, those working remotely and those working in office, must be clear. Guidelines must be clear. There must be no doubt, or there must be no gray areas. People should know what is acceptable. Secondly, you must have regular meetings with clear deliverables. Call it KPIs, is just measures. How do you measure? Okay. Use an easy software. Zoom, Google, what works for you? What works for your organization? You must check what works in your system. What are people more adaptable to? You need to consider office week as well as office days. So what are the days people come to the office? What are the days they can work offline? What are the weeks, what tax fits what settings? So what kind of work can people do at home? What kind of work do they need to be in the office for? So that also helps in advising as HR, talking to supervisor and talking to the management how to do this. It's good to create leadership roles, okay? Rotate teams, so that people have some, cross jobs. If possible, even in the same team, have people, some come this week, some work from the home the next week, okay? Have flexible arrangements for your teams. Encourage focused work at home, okay? And then create activities to get staff focused. And essentially, like I said earlier, this next slide, these are not cast in stone. You must find what works for your organization. Because if you copy another organization without knowing how they get there, their culture may be different from yours, and most likely it is. So what works in your organization may not work in another organization. You must find the things that work for you. Check-in times, okay? Where staff updates bosses daily. This is just a session with the boss, all right? This helps people to be on top of things, and it's not about micromanaging. It's just to make sure that there's no misunderstanding of any kind or misgiving around what is expected. Okay, so there's a regular feedback. Last week we had a meeting. These were the things we discussed. These are your deliverables. Where are we? And I have an update. So at different times, and this is not a meeting, so the one-on-one between the supervisor and the staff. Normalize online communication. Okay, so have some kind of regular routines or schedules. Okay, encourage satellite remote collaboration, both with virtual and in the office app. Essentially saying don't isolate. Make sure that this meetings hold with the virtual staff or staff working virtually and those working in the office. They can also have opportunities to meet. Find a way where they can have a meeting, even though some are at home and some are in the office. Then be wary of burnout. Recognize flexibility needs to really happen. Okay, people can get burnt out. Either being at home. Believe you me, if you have children who are doing online, my daughter, for example, she's a very sociable person, and she complains every day that daddy, I want to go to school. Look, it is let your grandparents have their COVID, and all that. So even with children, they get burnt out. Okay, unite your team via joint meetings. Okay, and you can have virtual team building sessions. And what do I mean by that? The next slide, please. I'll take an example from a company that has had this way before COVID, and company is Automatic. They always have a grand meetup. Okay, and essentially sometimes, I'm sure some of you have experienced this before, where you can have a meetup silent disco dance, and you can have it virtually, where you can engage your staff. So you can have a team session where it's not about work. It could be different people in the team, even virtually. I did some over the Christmas holidays where we had family parties virtually, and I was DJ. So anybody could be DJ, right? So I can have people to share their playlist. And these are the kind of things we're talking about. It's just about being creative, okay, and being adaptive. And remember, like I said in the beginning, as HR people, we need to be what? Thinking professionals. Let's come out with what can work, even despite the challenges of the current situation we find ourselves. On that note, I would like to go to the last slide. Thank you. I hope I've done justice to this. Your questions, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much. That was a brilliant session. We have a few questions for you, one of which is, how do we effectively manage employees remotely? Do we take it one by one, or do I put out all the questions?
Okay, let's quickly do that. Put them all together.
Okay, sir. So we have the very first question is, how do we effectively manage employees remotely? The second question is, how are we going to manage performance assessment and keep it being relevant as it is based on planned objectives if we move from planning to experimentation?
Okay, please say that again, please.
1 second, sir. How are we going to manage performance assessment and keep it being relevant as it is based on planned objectives if we move from planning to experimentation? How do you build strong bond and collaboration in a virtual world, and best practices for managing employees remotely?
Sorry, the last one again. The last one.
How do we build best practices for managing employees remotely? Okay, so we have about 5 questions. Did you get all of them?
I think that Catherine, Femi should be allowed to answer these ones, and then you can send the other questions to him later.
Yes, that's just all 5 questions.
All right, okay, that's great. Hello, Femi is frozen. Femi is frozen. Could someone get across to Femi to let him know that he's frozen? I think while we're waiting for Femi, I think that has been to come back. I think this has been an amazing presentation. I picked up so many things from Femi's presentation, and one of the core things that I have picked up is the fact that a lot of people are already considering, a lot of CEOs are considering, going back, porting to the, going back to the former way of working. And I'm really worried about that, especially given what we are seeing happening in India. This pandemic is far from being over. There are variants that are evolving, and there are variants that are not necessarily easily treatable or prevented by the vaccinations that are coming out. So one, that he really brought that home, the fact that we need to really understand that, look, things have changed, all right? And Ibiane also mentioned that things have changed. We're not, we're not going back to the way things used to be. And this is something that a lot of HR leaders need to understand, and they need to get clear as we move forward and we go forward, and get to understand how we're rethinking the future of work. All right, this was an extremely brilliant presentation. Lots of questions have come in. And yes, somebody else said that. Somebody else mentioned that too as well, definitely people are asking for the presentation slides. We're definitely going to be able to send you the presentation, and we're also going to put this video on YouTube. So you will also be able to get this video on YouTube after we finished. I believe the YouTube link has been put in the chat, and we're going to put, keep putting it in there so you'll be able to get it, all right? So let's just see if let's confirm if Femi is back, and then he'll be able to take these questions before we get ready for the next presenter. Please, thank you so much. Hang in there, we'll be back very.
I haven't been able to get Femi back, so if I just suggest that we move on and start sharing the profile of the next speaker.
All right.
By the time we're done reading the speaker's profile, if Femi is back, we'll take the questions before the next speaker.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Sean, please share Tomini's slides, his profile rather, and then we'll just hand over to Nwamaka to introduce him, and then we'll take that on. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Hello?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Go ahead.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Nwamaka Nguri, and I'll be introducing our next speaker, Mr. Tomini Oni. Mr. Tomini Oni is currently the Group Human Resource Director at Tropical General Investment, TGI Group. He started his career working in West African Portland Cement PLC, and over the years has worked with PwC, British Council, Royal Dutch Shell, SEC Nigeria, Freshland Campina, among others. Mr. Oni studied at various business schools, including our very own Lagos Business School, the University of Manchester Business School, Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, IMD Business School, Switzerland, as well as the British Psychological Society. Mr. Oni currently serves as a board member of Chief Learning Officers Business Intelligence Board, in addition to being a member of the Institute of Mentoring, Human Capital Institute, and CIPM. He holds an honorary doctorate PhD from ESCE Benin University in Leadership, Coaching and Mentoring, and he is an initiator in the Port Harcourt HR Roundtable. Mr. Oni's passion and hobbies include coaching, mentoring, farming, and guard dogs. He's happily married with 3 children. Mr. Oni, thank you for honoring the professional group. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here and to share just a little bit of the topic on the generations of the millennials and also the Gen Z. And we're looking at how do we balance these two generations in the workplace. So thank you so much for the introduction. I know that our time is far gone, so I would like to just move on quickly. But I need to check if people are able to see my screen.
No, we can't see it yet.
Okay.
Okay, it's coming up now. Yes, we can see your screen now. Thank you.
Oh, great. All right, so I would just like to start by saying the pandemic happened. It has happened. It's still happening. But the world will move on because the world is moving on. Because there can never be a vacuum. So the world is moving on. So when I hear the discussion around some CEOs want to go back to old ways of working, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's part of the world moving on. Some people want to move on and do things the way they used to do. Some people have moved on, through other methods, approaches, channels. But the world must move on. So that is established. The pandemic has happened. That is established. Now, as the world is moving on, we realize that in generations that we have in the workplace, we have like 4 generations. And if you work in a founder business, maybe we even have 5 generations. And, in the kind of business that I work in, I mean, we've got our executive chairman, who is also our founder, is 75, 76. So he's in the silent generation. He can sit in a meeting from morning till evening when people are presenting their budget or their plans for the year, and he will not doze off. So you still have some people like that, although the number is going down gradually. Now you have, the baby boomers, most of them are chairmen of boards. They are MDs, they are 55 years old, 56, 60, or they are founders of their businesses. They are 60, they're 62, they're 65. So they're still in the organizations, they're still in businesses, they're still in government. Then of course we have the Generation X, and the maximum age is 56, 57. And many of them are also the executive directors that you have, the MDs that you have in big corporations. But they are also retiring. In some companies, by 50, they are retiring. In some businesses, by 55, they are retiring. And in some 60, they are retiring. So even if they've not retired now, they are planning to retire. All right, so I go back to the pandemic has happened. It's still happening. Business must move on because there will be no vacuum. Generation X and boomers are retiring and leaving the workplace. So there's going to be some gap for leadership. And which generations will step up? There's going to be Generation Y, the millennials, and Generation Z. Those are the 2 generations that are moving. It doesn't have to do with age. It has to do with productivity, with creativity, with innovation. So those 2 generations are the ones that are going to move into leadership. That's why this topic, becomes very important for all of us, to have a discussion on. Caveat emptor, I am not saying that I'm an expert on generational disciplines or generational researches. No, I'm not. I'm actually one of the generations. But as an HR leader, and having worked in the last 27 years in different organizations, public sector, private sector, NGOs, oil and gas, and the rest, I have seen all this, unfolding, and I'm still seeing it unfolding. So it's important that we talk about this topic. So the guys who will move into leadership in the next 0 years to 5 years will be Generation Y, the millennials, and also Generation Z. So it's important that we talk about the generations and how can we manage these generations right now and of course into the future. All right. So basically we are saying that we need to strike a balance between these generations in the workplace. And when I say in the workplace, I really mean it in the general form. So it could be in the church. I mean, you could have a pastor who is 30 years old. And then you have a deputy pastor who is actually 45 or 50. And then you have some workers and guys heading departments in different ages. So the most important thing really when we talk about these two generations or all the generation is about balance. It's about understanding how the different generations think, what they need, what they want, the way they want to get what they want, and how we can approach them, and how we can motivate them, how we can engage them, and how we can lead them in the direction that we want to go. So I pulled this out from the internet, and we were talking about the different kind of things that were happening around the two generations when they were coming into the world. Please remember also that Generation Millennials and Generation Z, or any generation at all, they are so labeled by the virtue of the years they were born. So when you hear millennials today, for example, don't think that you are talking about 20-year-olds. They can actually be as old as 42 years. And Generation Z, that would think, very young people, maybe they are 6 years old, 7 years old. Yeah, but some of them are already 20-something years old. Okay, so when you look back, and most of the research on the internet is actually American-centric, Europe-centric. So what I've tried to do also is to look back, towards Africa and specifically to Nigeria, to then, begin to think what was happening, in those years. So when you look at Generation X, for example, 1960 to 1979 or so, then you will think back to the ages when in this country, children could ride their bicycle on the streets. Parents could send their children to get stuffs from, I don't know how many miles. School children could walk from school back home. I mean, I used to walk from Surulere at Freeman High School to Ebutemeta where we lived. And people walk like that, and there was no fear, okay, that somebody's going to be kidnapped or whatever. So there were a couple of things that were happening around the time when, people were born, their generations came into this world, including technology, including politics, including communication, including telecoms. And that's what the slide, that I have on my screen is trying to say. But when I zero it down to these two generations of the millennials and Gen Z, what you discover is for the millennials, they are not backwards. They are not like behind the Generation Z. They're kind of learning every day and they are catching up. So whatever we may feel were the differences when they were born are no longer different. And that's the truth. Most millennials, for example, have brothers and sisters or siblings who are Gen Zs. They live together in the same house, they go to the same school, they see each other in some areas or in the same church, and so they do understand each other. So I do not really think that the difference is so huge between the two generations. However, for those who lead organizations, for those who lead businesses and enterprises, then there's a need to understand, what these generations need, how we can mentor them, nourish them, and bring them up to leadership. And that for me is really the most important thing, especially for HR people, because again, you talk about, these guys are so relentless, they don't have patience. In fact, sometimes I hear they don't have respect. No, well, let's face the fact that they have respect. The only thing is that their definition of respect is a little bit different from the definition of respect for Generation X, for Generation Baby Boomers. They have loyalty. Don't say they don't have loyalty. They do have loyalty, but their loyalty, the definition of that is a little bit different from the loyalty of generations that are older than them. So, and this is what people need to start understanding so they don't really misunderstand these guys. I mean, for example, all my children are Gen Zs. So the oldest is going to be 23 in November, and the youngest is going to be 17 also in November. The one in the middle will be 21 in September. So I live with them, send them to school, from primary to boarding house in high school to university. So we do see even how they grow, and we realize that the difference between them is not so much. Okay, so I go to the next slide, which I'm sharing. I try to pick some things, and part of the very American-centric, data that you have on the internet says there are priorities for millennials and Gen Z. And when you look at the bar chart that I have on my screen, there isn't so much difference. So the first bar, the darker blue is millennials, and the lighter blue is Gen Z. But look at it. There's no significant difference, in their priorities. They both want to travel the world. They both want to earn high salaries. They want to buy their own homes. They both have a positive impact on society. That's why they joined NSAS. That's why they would stand up for their friends who are going through depression. That's why they would go and meet their friends who are maybe in some suicide mode. They would leave their family and they would team up with those friends to ensure that that friend, comes back again. So the definition of what is important in their life is a little bit different, but the both of them really are similar. And of course, some of them want to start a family, but some don't want to. So for example, that's where I see a little bit of a significant difference between the millennials and the Gen Z. Most of the millennials, because they see, I'll give you one example. You meet a couple of millennials and you talk about marriage. For my own generation, it was shocking, but they also, some of the ladies say, I'm not ready to marry. When you probe further why, they say, because I do not think boys my age are ready for marriage. When you probe further and say why, and they tell you that they are not responsible. Now, just oppose that with the boys. You meet the guys and you ask them, when are you going to marry, or when are you marrying, or not under pressure, but just tell me your plans. And some of them would say, you know what, I'll marry, but only when I meet a woman, a lady, a girl who's ready to take care of me. For my generation, that is shocking. For me, our parents, we grew up thinking we must take care of our families as the man. In some other generations after us, the guys are thinking, hey, we need to have things balanced, 50-50. Bring your money, I'll bring my money, we start a family. There's some generations that are saying, no, I'll marry if you are ready to take care of me. And some are saying, I'm not ready for marriage. And some also point to the fact that, look, there are many marriages crumbling, many divorces. So why should I marry? No, don't talk to me about marriage. No, so things do change. And between generation millennials and Gen Z, there's the slight, where you find a little bit of significant difference is about starting a family. But it's not a negative thing, because for Gen Z, it's about, I need to see the world before I get married. And it is normal. Don't forget that maybe the oldest of Gen Z will be about 26, whereas the oldest of millennials are already in their early 40s. So maybe that's why there's that significant difference. But what does that mean for the organization, where they work? What does that mean for you as an MD, for example, if you are a Generation Z or millennial? Or what does that mean for those who are Generation Baby Boomers or Generation X, who manage millennials and Gen Z? 3 things for me, because I know we are short of time and already we are running, we already run out of time really. So we started behind schedule. First is, both Generation Z and millennials are stress prone. But what pulls the trigger of their stress may be a little bit different. But they are both generations that like to really sit back, have fun, and work together at the same time, get a balance in life. So if there's no work-life balance, if there's no growth, if there's no time for them to travel to see the world, if there's no time for them to work from home, if there's no time for them to, experience other cultures, that may be stressful for them. Now, just suppose that with Generation Baby Boomers, Generation X and the generation before them, some of these guys could work for 5 years and not go on leave. And then you find out they've accumulated 5 years leave. And all those kind of things that we used to see in HR in those days. Of course, by now you must have policies that deals with those things to make sure that you don't carry forward X number of leave, beyond X number of leaves. You're going to forfeit your leave if you don't go on leave beyond certain limits. So, but these guys, they can be prone to stress. They are very hardworking, they can stretch, but if the job is not, creative, innovative, using their brains, work-life balance, augmenting, the reality versus, working from home and the rest, then they can be very stressed. Secondly, they need to have compelling direction. So it's, Generation Baby Boomers and X's and maybe the past generations, they can, they could cope with, not having things written down in black and white. They could cope with you saying, come and work with me, and we trash it out, we'll pay you at the end of the month, blah, 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 whatever we get. So they can work in ambiguous environment. However, Generation Z and Generation Millennial, they need a compelling direction. They need to see things in writing. It's very important for them. And if you don't call them to give them feedback, they will come to you to say, look, can I give you feedback? Boss, can we have a meeting? Oh, boss, can I see you for a second? Now, the generations before them, and some of those guys are still like MDs and executive directors, are the ones who would think that this is an affront. Oh, come on, you come in because I asked you to come in. You can't just burst into my office like that. Now, things are changing, world is changing, generations are changing, and leaders need to change their style of approach. Secondly, there's a difference between talking to and talking with. In the generations before these guys, people are used to talking to. The boss talks, you listen. They talk to you. For these generations, they like to be talked with, discussed with. So it's not just top down, it's bottom up, it's all around discussion. It's not just about give direction and follow. They want to know why. And for anyone who is maybe in the older generation and they have children, you realize that that happens a lot. Even when you're telling your kids, don't do this. The next question will be, but daddy, why? Mommy, why? Now, in your own generation, the older people, you never ask your dad why. You will comply. So these guys, the generation, they like to have a clear direction. Where are we going? They also like to ask all the questions, and they want to get answers to the questions. And they like to see things in black and white. What is the contract? What is the promise? Is it written down? They also like to, write their own scripts. So this is the generation that tells you at the point of interview, where you are interviewing a guy or a lady that's just going to join your organization, and you're asking them, what's your plan for the future? They are very clear about it, and they're telling you, some of them, I think in 2 years' time, I'm going to start my own business. Now, this is not something that you would have heard before from Generation Baby Boomers or Generation X. They would keep that even if they want to. But the way they grew up also was also around, oh, you need to go to school, get good grades, get a good job, stay there for long, get enough money, marry, have children, buy one house or build one house, and live your life and retire. So that was the life. Now, for millennials and Gen Z, that's different. It's about, I need to have my space. I need to use my brain. I need to be free to use my time for whatever I like to use it for. I want to see the world. I want to have work-life balance. I'm almost like a contractor. I'm loyal, but my loyalty is about what impresses me, what I'm interested in, and the people that I really like to follow. My loyalty is not about staying for 10 years and 20 years in your organization. My loyalty is to stay there for as long as I can, doing my best, changing the world, changing my organization. And when it gets to a point where I can no longer do that, I would reassess my situation and make my options. I'll make my choices. Full stop. So they are not afraid to stand, to be different from the crowd. They're not. Unlike the generations before them who would like to blend with the crowd, say, I don't want anybody to pick me out. Okay, so this is just about the generations. One of the things I jotted down also is about, after the pandemic, there's been some surveys, by some very top consulting firms, like the top 4. And what they are saying is that about 50% of millennials and maybe about 45% of Gen Zs are saying that, well, I think I'm going to stay with my organization for at least for the next 5 years before I review my plans. Now, what is bringing that change? Because before the pandemic, pretty much people will tell you, look, 2 years, 3 years is enough. I want to move on. I want to start my own business, etc. Now, it's about the good things that some organizations did during the pandemic has changed the hearts and minds of some millennials and Gen Zs to say, oh, this company cares for us. Maybe we should, stay for some longer time. So, I mean, that's good news for organizations that really did well during the pandemic. You didn't sack people, you didn't stop salaries, you paid your merit increase, all those kind of things. You cared for your people, you took care of their transportation, you provided them, the immuno kits, that they can use in case they get, they contract the COVID-19 virus and all the rest. If our organizations are one of those, then the likelihood of millennials and Gen Z making up their mind to work for longer is high. I mean, from that survey, okay? But again, it's about the time when managers, leaders, CEOs become less of the boss and more of the coach and more of the mentor. Because the generation that we're talking about prefer, to have a discussion. They would follow someone who they respect, and it's mutual respect, somebody who respects them and who they respect in return. And they prefer that, the boss is not the boss who is dishing out orders, but is the one who, for example, is really a mentor or a coach. And this is what our leaders this day need to, they need to come to terms with. These guys are not the ones you want to order around, direct them, They need direction, they need guidance, but they don't need bossing. So they need coaching, they need mentoring, and they need somebody who would lead them to, to their future. And of course, in terms of ensuring that we kind of balance things up in our organizations, it's a time to have a balance of reward. So in the past, and I think some organizations still do that today, we will reward longevity. So we will have long service award. Now, this is still not the time to stop it, but it is time also to start. If you've not started, I mean, many people have moved to performance-related pay. It's a time to also start, productivity award versus longevity award. Because whether you like it or not, you will still have about 4 generations in the workplace. So we need to keep balancing, the generations as we have them in our organizations. And this must force us also to have a review of even all the benefits that we have. There's what some organizations do, and HR is to blame in this, is that the policies and the benefits that they've had for 10 years, 20 years, are still the benefits and policies they still have to today. Whereas policies and benefits are living documents, and they're living things that needs to be reviewed every year. And as you review, you are reviewing in totality. Like they say, data is meaningless without context and insight. When you're reviewing the policy and you're reviewing your benefits, you are reviewing it in context with your demography. How many people do we have now? Like in my organization, 10,000 plus people. Now, what is the demography? What's the percentage of millennials? What's the percentage of Gen Z? What's the percentage of baby boomers, Gen X, and the rest? And then you look at your policies and you look at your benefits. Now, are the millennials and Gen Zs benefiting from this particular benefit? Yes, check, move on. They are not benefiting, no, we need to review that benefit. We need to review that policy. And that's what we're supposed to be doing in the HR world in organizations, because we need to continue to then balance, have a balancing act. And then you also review how many people are in Gen X and baby boomers in my organization. Oh, they're just 20%. But that 20% is so important, so critical, because they are the ones who have your intellectual property. Where? Here. So if they walk out the door today and there's no handover, even if there's a handover, there will always be a lot that people have in their heads that they've not really, downloaded. So we need to continue to manage those 2 generations, all the generations we have, the 4 generations we have in an organization, in a well-balanced way, but with an eye on the future. And what is the future? Millennials and Gen Z. And of course, Generation Alpha is coming behind. They may still be toddlers and they may still be less than 10 years old, but again, they're coming. So I think I end this way. A single arrow is easily broken, but not 10 in a bundle. So what does that mean? You can't have a specific generation approach. You must have a multi-generation approach, but you must also understand, what each generation needs, what they require. You must understand the best approach, to each generation. If I give you 2 examples, if you are meeting 2 groups of people, And one group is, led and populated by generation millennials and Gen Z. And the other group is led by, maybe Gen X and Gen baby boomers. Even if it's the same thing you're going to discuss with them, the approach must necessarily differ. The baby boomers and the rest would like you to start in a very respectful way, praising everybody, all the protocols observed, blah, blah, blah. The Gen Z and millennials are like, go straight to the point. Please don't patronize us. They are not disrespectful. It's just the approach. So I repeat, we will need to balance our approach across the 4 generations in the different organizations that we lead. We will need to balance the policies and the benefits. We will need to have an eye on the future, knowing fully well that Generation X and Generation Baby Boomers are going to retire or are retiring already, and that we need the Generation Millennials and Generation Z to step up into leadership. By the time you look back in 10 years' time, many of the guys who are in Generation X and Baby Boomers are already out of the workplace. So it's going to require a balancing act for us to ensure that we continue to develop the Generation Z and Millennials, and at the same time managing out the older generations, but keeping them, in hand, because these guys also have the intellectual capacity and knowledge of our organizations. And so I like companies, for example, who sometimes, give contracts out to those who are retiring, those who are very good and who are performing, and they still have the strength, of course. And of course, some of them become very good coaches and mentors, and they help, to mentor the younger generation. But mentoring and coaching is not about age, so that people don't get me wrong. It's about, what you have upstairs and how you can download it for the younger generation. Thank you very much. I'd like to hand over to the moderator.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. We really appreciate this time. This has been an amazing learning session. We have a lot of thank yous and insightful comments coming up on our chat room. Because we're far beyond time, we're going to just take one question. Okay. Someone asked, we're just going to take one question, sir. I think there's a good question here. Someone says here, please, sir, without hierarchy, can an organization be effective and achieve its goals, seeing that organization itself suggests hierarchy?
Okay, I like that question. Very good question. Thank you very much for asking. We need to define what we mean by hierarchy, because once we get that definition wrong, my answer can be wrong, right, or off curve. So for me, hierarchy, it's about the status of people in your organization or how you make decisions, like who has the final say, who can approve something, and who do you need support of. So hierarchy for me is not about the 10 steps to CEO. It's about hierarchy of, thought, hierarchy of creativity, and hierarchy of, yes, who's going to approve the budget. If that is the case, then we need hierarchy. However, if the hierarchy that we think we're talking about is about those kind of hierarchy in the civil service, where you have to move from level 1 before you get to level 17, which will take you 20-something years, then that's not the hierarchy that I would have in mind when I answer this question. So there must be someone who needs to approve if you need to spend money on something. Even on that, really, you have different levels of hierarchy. So in an organization, if you want to spend 1 million and below, you could go to someone else. If you need to spend like maybe 100 million or 50 million, then you need to go a step higher. Yes, that's for accountability. It's about responsibility. Okay, but if it's just about seniority, go to the next senior and go to the next senior like they do in civil service, where when you bring a file into a big room, they have like maybe 13 tables. You must first start from the junior guy who needs to minute on the file and pass it to the next guy and the next guy. And that kind of hierarchy does not make an organization work. It slows down an organization.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. We really appreciate you, and we We are grateful for the time that you've spent with us today. I would hand over this to Opemiko. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Tomini, for being with us today. Everybody's asking for the slides and asking that their CEOs should listen to this because it was so powerful. Thank you for being with us this evening.
Thank you. I'll send you the slides.
Thank you. Moving on really quickly, please stop sharing, Tomini. Please put up Nneka Eneli's profile and please let's go ahead.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Nebechi and I'll be introducing Mrs. Nneka Eneli. So Nneka holds a Bachelor of Pharmacy degree and an MBA, both from the University of Lagos. She is also a full member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria and member Nigerian Institute of Management. And she's also a certified professional of the Society of Human Resources Management, USA. With about 20 years professional career experience, she has worked in various sectors and industries, ranging from the pharmaceutical industry to the banking sector, real estate, not-for-profit management, and human resources consulting sector, building skills along her career path in administration and management, business development, sales and marketing, program management, recruitment and selection, training and development, and human resources consulting, amongst others. Her experience in the various sectors she has worked in has developed in her a broad and deep knowledge of diverse business sectors and industries, and this she brings to bear in her consulting role as a human resource consultant. Nneka is a good public speaker with a strong passion for learning and development, as she enjoys impacting and sharing knowledge with people. An avid and engaging facilitator, she compares at professional events. Nneka facilitates in various learning and development courses in soft skills and human resources, some of which include leadership development, financial literacy, sales and marketing, building strong teams, effective communication, time management, employee engagement, amongst others. She enjoys listening to music, dancing, and reading. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Nneka Eneli, the Head HR Consulting and Corporate Development, SIAO. Hello, good evening, ma. Hello.
Good evening, Benji. Thank you
Welcome very much, ma. I'd like to remind you that you have 20 minutes for your presentation.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Okay, I think let me share my screen. Just a minute, please. Just a minute, sorry. Sorry, just a minute, I'm trying to share my screen.
No problem.
Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you again. I'd like to say good evening to everybody. Good evening to the HR committee, yes, of the Covenant Nation. I'd like to congratulate you on the second biannual HR Summit. And I'd like to say well done to you all. Just keeping through quickly the theme, rethinking the new HR, repositioning for the future of work, flourishing and thriving in HR. I'll be talking about maintaining organizational culture with a hybrid workforce. I call it an HR challenge. Is it an HR challenge or a leadership challenge? Let's find out. I'll take this in two parts. Let's talk about culture. Culture. When we talk about culture, what comes to mind? What comes to mind when we talk about culture? We think about the way of doing things, how a group of people, do things without thinking about it. The shared beliefs, the shared values, way of life, common way of life. the things that people do that are passed on from generation to generation. When I think about culture, I love to, the Nigerian culture, the different cultures in Nigeria. You think about, if you just see, maybe you attend a wedding ceremony, you can tell if it's Igbo culture, what part of Nigeria it is. Same way, so cultures we talk about shared beliefs, common beliefs, shared values. Sorry, can you hear me? I think the internet is a bit shaky. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Okay, all right. The internet was a bit shaky. So when we talk of culture, we're talking of shared beliefs, shared values, shared behaviors, the way of life of a group of people. And normally, culture is passed on from one generation to another. You find, I remember that maybe your grandparents told your great-great-great-grandparents told your great-grandparents, and these things just go from one generation to another. You do them without thinking about, you don't think about it. You just do them naturally because you have grown up or been brought up in that culture. So relating this to the organization now, what exactly is organizational culture? Simple. Organizational culture is just culture within an organization. That's basically what it is, culture within an organization. So definitely, the same way we said, culture is about shared beliefs, shared values, shared ways of doing things. Same way it applies to the organization. Culture, as relates to the organization, will be the embodiment of your organization, is the personality of your organization, is your identity as an organization. Anywhere, so like you see a person working I won't call any, maybe company ABC, let's just say company ABC. Because he or she has imbibed the culture, anywhere you see that person, him or her, she or she, as the case may be, you can tell this person is from this organization because he or she has imbibed that culture, and that's the culture that he embodies. He carries around with him or she carries around with her anywhere she goes or anywhere.
Sorry to interrupt you, Neka, but would you like to switch off your video?
Yeah.
That may reduce pressure on the data. And then everyone is asking you to put it on slide share so that they can see the slides fully.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. No problem. Okay then. Just a minute.
Okay, it's the PDF. Okay, if it's the PDF, no problem. We will manage it. Just go ahead. If it's the PDF, it's fine. Go ahead. Go ahead like that.
If you want me to change, so I could change the presentation, but you have to give me some time.
No, because of the time, just go ahead. It's fine. We'll make the slides available to them. Thanks.
Okay. All right, it's fine. So yeah, so talking about the culture as relates to the organization, I said it's simply, the culture within an organization. Okay, and that means that the same values, the same attitudes that are shared by the members of organization is the embodiment of the organization, is the personality of an organization, is your identity as an organization. Anywhere anyone is seen in an organization, even if you are somewhere else, because you carry around this, the values that the organization represents. That same value will be seen. That same, culture will be seen. It might be in your dressing, in the way you present, in the way you. It's just, something that is imbibed, and that's why, when we talk of culture, it starts even from the recruitment. In recruitment, when we do recruitment, we always tell our clients that look, even if we've done all the preliminary interviews, the screening, and all that, when it comes to the last stage, please, we want the client to be involved. Why do we want him to be involved? Because we are looking at culture fit. Now the person may be 100% or 110% technically sound, but may not fit into the culture of the organization. So the client has to be able to see, although if it's, that because if it's an experienced hire or, somebody coming in at the top level, it's difficult to bend people who are kind of set in their ways, but if it's somebody who's coming fresh, you want to train the person and make sure the person is able to imbibe the culture of your organization. So a strong organizational culture is actually very important and plays a large part in the overall satisfaction of the employees at work. If your people are going to be engaged, then your culture has to be quite good and strong. If you want your employees to perform, then you have to have a good and strong culture, okay? So, and one thing we should note is that culture is not built overnight. It takes years and years of investment by leaders, by maybe the HR team or the HR, whoever is in charge of HR, the manager, the business partner, the director, the CHRO. It takes years and years of, to build culture and to cultivate a healthy workplace culture. So it takes time and it takes a lot of effort. So if something takes so much time and so much effort, please trust me that you need to also spend time in maintaining it, okay? So when you're talking of the culture of an organization, you need to understand first what type of culture currently exists in an organization. I heard Emma was talking about how, organizations are trying to shift back, to the traditional method of work. Yes, Emma, I agree with you. And, it's quite interesting that some are trying to shift back. I was having a conversation with a friend yesterday, another HR colleague yesterday, and she was saying, oh, hybrid workforce is here to stay. I said, is it? She just laughed. And I said, well, in some types of organizations, yes. Some other types, I will not say the types here, I'm not too sure, okay? The same way last year, we're talking of, the new normal. Are we really in the new normal? Let's ask ourselves the question. So first, you need to understand the type of culture that currently exists in your organization. Then you tailor the culture to fit the mission, the values of your organization, the beliefs of your organization. Okay. So organizational culture is actually the backbone of any organization. Without culture, most of other things will not succeed. Your strategy cannot succeed if your culture is not right. It was Peter Drucker that said, culture is strategy for breakfast. You can have the best strategy as an organization. If your culture is not right, it will be eaten up, as Peter Drucker said. So you need to get the culture right. You need to maintain that culture. So when we talk about organizational culture, pre-COVID, what was your culture like? Think about it. In your organization, what was your culture like? And now, currently, what adjustments have you had to make in your culture? Definitely, there are adjustments that we've all experienced it. We're talking about the new normal. We're talking about the future of work, HR communities. The future of work is what we're talking about. We did not realize that that future was going to hit us so suddenly in 2020. And what happened? We woke up one day and boom, that future. We all had to, quickly metamorphose, just change our strategies, change our work models, change, our processes to the virtual processes. Some organizations had been preparing actively. When I say actively, they had started putting into practice, maybe not fully, but at least they were a step ahead, 1 or 2 steps ahead from some other organizations. Okay, so that's how the future of work just hit us. So we know one thing is that Buchanan said, to win in the marketplace, you must first win in the workplace. You cannot win in the workplace without winning the marketplace. And one thing that culture is actually about people. When I started the discussion, I said, talking about certain things by saying some of their events, weddings, and all that. So it's actually about the people. What are the people that make? It's the people that make up the culture. So you have to get the people right. You have to win in the workplace before you can go and win out there. That's just basically what Buchanan is trying to say. So talking about the second part now. So we've talked about the culture. Now we're talking about the hybrid workforce. I met Femi's presentation when he was talking about, I think, organizational change and the hybrid workforce. So I'm sure some of the things he had touched on, I'll probably just skip to a lot of them. So the hybrid workforce. What is this hybrid workforce all about? Like I said earlier, pre-COVID or pre-2020, some organizations, there are a lot of talk about future of work. There are books about future of work. There are write-ups, there are, studies about future of work. Thinking that this future was like 10 years ahead, 20 years ahead. And suddenly we woke up and the future was upon us. I know that for some organizations, I don't want to mention names here, some people have said that what we call flexi working or remote working then, but it wasn't like a defined thing. It was like you probably had to apply, to work. I remember when I was in the UK some time back, and a friend of mine, she actually traveled from, where she was 2 hours to come and meet me. And she wake up in the morning and she'll bring out her laptop, and I'm like, oh, really? I said, yeah, literally, well, yes, she could work from anywhere. I said, Back home then, we were not even, thinking about that. So the hybrid workforce is actually a form of blended workforce. Blended workforce made up of employees working remotely and then some working either from an office or a central location. It could take different connotations, not necessarily just working from home. Some organizations could say some of our employees would come in on certain days, have a schedule, have a roster, some come in on certain days, some work from home. Some could say some permanently work from home, some permanently work from the office. You could work from anywhere as long as you deliver. It's all about deliverables. For me, it's all about deliverables. So this model of hybrid workforce model, it provides the opportunity for employees to work from anywhere or in any setting they feel most comfortable in, which I don't think is a problem. My own is that just deliver, because people have different personalities. We all know the times we work best and the conditions in which we work best. So just do your work anywhere you feel comfortable and deliver. So employees, I didn't listen to that part of Femi, but employers of labor, managers, CEOs begin to think, more about deliverables and not about where the person works. It's not about seeing my face, it's about seeing my output. Okay, so there are certain benefits, to this hybrid workforce. Of course, better work-life integration. Don't talk about work-life balance again. Say how do you integrate work-life? It provides for better health and safety precautions, especially in the COVID era. I remember when they lifted the lockdown last year and they started saying, okay, people could go back to work, and there was this apprehension, and some people going back to work had 1 or 2 COVID cases, shut down again. All those kind of things you avoid. You just let everybody. The social distancing will be okay as long as you're not working in the same space. And then employees are able to structure work around their lives. Some people might not find this to be an advantage where you structure work around that, but trust me, it is. Because if it's about your deliverables, then you can actually pattern, structure how you work around what you do or how you live, okay? And reduces stress. This is one very, very, very big advantage for me. Lagos traffic. I know there are people from probably different countries online, but trust me, Lagos traffic right now, if you can avoid it, if I can stay somewhere and work, that stress, taken off me, so it reduces stress from commuting. And okay, I don't think I'm just talking about the employee benefits to the employee, but the employer too benefits. I know that there are some organizations who had to let go of some of their office spaces, because they said, look, you are reducing costs, rental costs, facility management costs, operational costs, generator, all those things, diesel. Why do you want to, so reduce costs? It's a win-win situation, if you ask me. And then your employers get better results from the employees if it is well managed. Because the truth of the matter is that if you don't manage a hybrid model very well, it might, flip the other way. But if it is well managed, you get the best result. Because don't forget now, you're now allowing the employee to work in, he or she would say, this is what is most comfortable for me. This is where I know I can be most productive. Some people might wake up, maybe that most productive times are when they wake up at 4 a.m. So that person can wake up at 4 a.m. and do his or her work, and everybody's happy and send it in. By 7 a.m., you've gotten, the reports or whatever assignment you're given. I know that. So the fear of many employers is actually the hybrid workforce. Will this erode their organizational culture? Just before me, we're talking about generations, the different generational workforce. And I know that he was talking about how some employers, I don't want to talk about which generation is which. I know where I fall into, where some of us fall into. So some generation might still be afraid, that this hybrid workforce model, it will erode our organizational culture. Let's not go into it. Let's just continue that traditional model. Okay, so what do you think? What do you think? That question I'll leave open-ended. I'll leave to you to say what you think about that. So how do we maintain our organizational culture with a hybrid workforce? We've talked about culture. We've seen what culture is: shared beliefs, shared values, shared behaviors, shared ways of doing things. We've talked about the hybrid workforce. Now, how do we now marry the two and still have optimum results in organizations? Because definitely one question a lot of people are asking is that, how do you maintain a culture when you have your people scattered everywhere? I know it's difficult. Okay, how do you maintain a culture when you have your people, when everybody's together, to entrench cultures? But the same way, I always say that, look, when you have your children and you've trained your children, brought them up in a certain culture, wherever they go to around the world, wherever, there are certain things that will not leave them, certain values, certain behaviors will not leave them because of the way you have brought them up and because you maintain that constant communication with them. When we were younger in the southwestern part of Nigeria, I will say it in English. I don't want to say the vernacular version. They will always say, remember the child of who you are. So, those are the kind of things that help to keep, that culture in the minds of people. Same way, let's flip it and apply to our employees in organizations. First thing is that how to maintain your culture with hybrid workforce. The first thing you need to do is first recognize, appreciate, and embrace the new reality. Don't, just take it that this is the new reality. This is our reality. So we just have to work with it and make the most of it. Okay, so first you recognize it, you embrace it. So leaders in organizations need to now adjust their leadership style. If you have not adjusted since last year, please begin to adjust your leadership style. Let it be a more agile and flexible, leadership style. Like I said, I don't think it's about seeing my face. I think it's about seeing my deliverables, about seeing my output. If it's at work, yes, there's a social part of it. We'll talk about that one. But in terms of the work, the work part of it is about deliverables. So leaders should adjust their leadership style, be more flexible, don't be too stiff, use the appropriate skills and competences that you need to manage employees from a distance. Of course, we all know that technology, when we look at it, we're not using technology as much as we used it just between 2020 and 2021. I was reading the story of the guy that set up Zoom. And honestly, in what he made in just 1 year, not 1 year, in I think 9 months, he was about 4 times what he made in the 4 years or something he had been, the business had been in existence. So we all had to just move into technology. So use that technology. If you don't understand how to use it, please learn, please learn. I do reverse mentoring. I'm from Gen X. So I will ask my Gen Y colleagues, please teach me how to do this. I'm not shy about it. So let's learn how to use technology to manage our remote workforce. Then be understanding and appreciative of the challenges that your employees may be facing. There are challenges, in Nigeria or wherever you are, there are challenges with, virtual, with the internet providers, with networks. There are challenges, people are having mental health challenges. Some people had to, because we all had to suddenly shift. We all have different coping mechanisms. So understand that some people may be able to cope a bit better than some others. So don't just come down hard and say, oh no, because all about the work. You need to put a human face and think about what challenges people may be having and provide support where possible. Provide the necessary support. Engagement, constant engagement. Constant engagement is very important, is key. Okay? Encourage personal interaction and connection with colleagues. You as a leader or as a team lead, make sure you try to connect and interact with your colleagues as much as possible. And don't let the discussion be only about work. Be human. We're all human. Be vulnerable too. Sometimes.
Hello,
Yes. Can you hear me?
good evening. Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, but please, we have about 2 minutes left.
Okay, I'll just quickly try and rush these slides. Okay.
Right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So communicate. Communicative leadership is very important. Be very intentional about your communication, but don't overdo it. Don't make your employees begin to run away when they see your calls or things like that. Make employees feel like they're part of the system. That don't make them feel like outsiders. Be inclusive. Maintain gender inclusiveness and every form of inclusiveness. That you have different people working. So keep the community intact. Carry everyone along as much as possible. At this point, employee engagement is very important. Keep the traditions alive. So tell employees to come up with innovative activities and programs that reflect the culture of the organization, and then move them to virtual platforms. Do things, celebrate people's birthdays, just do things that will make everybody, feel like, oh, we are still part of this team. And get the team to organize activities, be deliberate about all these things. So you can also make sure and maintain inclusivity at the same time. Give everyone the opportunity for their voices to be heard and to have a sense of well-being. Make sure everyone's voices are heard. Maintain your culture with the hybrid workforce by supporting your people. One thing about it is that when you're maintaining organizational culture with the hybrid workforce, it's all about supporting your people. Culture is about the people. So you have to support the people to ensure they have the right balance or how they prefer to function in a way that works for them so they can be as productive as possible. Remember, the important thing is the output. Like I said at the beginning, the important thing is the output and the people that produce the output. So the people are the people that you should care about. Note, maintaining or building a strong hybrid culture cannot happen overnight. You need to be deliberate about it. Keep moving, celebrate the quick wins as you carry everyone along on the journey. Focus on the things that matter. And remember, your people matter a lot too. Never forget, culture is actually all about the people. A recent study by Glassdoor said 77% of adults will evaluate a company's culture before applying for an open position in it. 56% will rank an organization's culture as more important than compensation. This quote by David says, people choose an employer for many reasons, but they buy into a company for its culture and its values. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Eneli. That was a very insightful session. I'm sure we learned a whole lot. A couple of things stood out for me, where I said culture is more important than compensation, and we're seeing that playing out a whole lot with people in recruitment. So I'm just going to be able to take one question because of time. We're trying to manage them as much as possible. So just one question. A question is from Abayomi Oyeleye. He says, what can we say about the impact of remote working on fresh graduates, interns who need close monitoring to learn not just the technical aspects of the profession, but also the needed soft skills in handling that profession or career?
Sorry, I missed the beginning of the question. So what, sir, can you just go right again?
Okay. He says, what can we say about the impact of remote working on fresh graduates and interns who need close monitoring to learn not just the technical aspects of the profession, but also the needed soft skills in handling that profession or career?
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, even the fresh graduates and the interns, you can monitor them. Technology is, it's really very vast right now. I know people who have started new jobs, done their inductions online. Like I said at the beginning of my presentation, communication is key, engagement is very key. Leaders need to set up, a platform where they can always check on these fresh graduates or these new interns. Let them imbibe. You even teach them the culture. You have, from the beginning of their employment or whatever with the new organization, of course, they have to go through an induction process. The induction process actually is part of the thing where you communicate the culture and then constantly reminding them about, the culture. By the time they see the way you do things, even before resuming or without resuming physically in the office, they would imbibe, and you keep checking on them. They'll be in teams. The team leads or their managers or supervisors have to always, have sessions. You have to be, like I said, you can over communicate, but you need to communicate as much as possible. Have one-on-one discussions with them, have team discussions with them constantly, and then just try and reiterate the culture of the organization to them, and they will get there. The technical skills, the soft skills, all these things can be taught online. They all can be taught online.
Thank you once again. Thank you once again. I believe that answers Abayomi's question. It was lovely having you, Ma.
Thank you very much. I'd like to say congratulations to you all again. Have a nice evening. Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
All right, I'm going to hand over to the next anchor.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for staying here. So we're going over to our next session. So I'll be reading our profile now. So her name is Abisola Oyelowo. She's an HR professional with over 12 years experience, and she lives and works in Lagos. She currently works as the lead HR business partnering IT and digital banking at a leading institution in Nigeria. And prior to starting this role in May 2018, Abisola worked in the bank's performance management and rewards team before being deployed to the function as the team lead, group learning and development. Abisola graduated with a BSc in psychology, second class upper from the University of Lagos in 2004. She's currently a certified global professional in human resources, a member of the Chartered Institute of Personal Development, and the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management Nigeria, CIPM. She's also a chartered member of the Chartered Institute of Bankers Nigeria, CIBN. Abisola is keen on developing strong relationships, acquiring knowledge on, and is passionate about the development and economic empowerment of women. She actively mentors and coaches younger colleagues. She's also an avid reader and loves to travel and experience new cultures when the opportunity arises. She's married and she's the proud mother of 2 girls. So everyone, let's welcome Abisola Oyelowo. So she'll be taking us for 20 minutes. Hello, are you there?
Okay, good evening. Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself. I think I'm the host, disabled that. So good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity, to speak to everyone on this call. I won't take too much of your time. I'll share my screen very quickly. Okay, so today I'll be talking about performance management for the workplace of the future. Now, listening to the previous speakers, there are some recurrent themes. We've heard flexibility, we've heard adaptability, agility, multi-generational workforces, and all of that. And I think, my presentation is based on those things as well. So hopefully I'll be able to gloss through very quickly because the previous speakers have set a very good background already on what I'll be speaking about. I hope everyone can see my screen. In terms of my outline, we'll look at what exactly is this workplace of the future that everybody's been talking about. What is our role as HR? What do we need to do to ensure that organizations are ready for this future of work? We'll look very quickly at where the performance management start from, where are we today? What are the challenges with the current performance management as we know it? And what are the trends for the future? And what can we do within our own organizations to ensure that we can imbibe these trends that they're talking so much about? So very quickly, everybody else has spoken about how the COVID-19 accelerated this future of work that we've all been talking about. But the key thing in the background I want to bring out is the evolution of work or the corporate work has showed that priorities differ for organizations, and that performance management, is a key thing to ensure that organizations can achieve their objectives. Now, prior to now, or before now, you hear people say things like, oh, performance management, during appraisals in organizations, I'm sure you see how people get unhappy or people get frustrated because, it's just a whole cycle that, people, I don't want to say dread, but people do dread it, at least in my own organization, because they're like, what, this process has come again. And, it has a negative connotation. So organizations are now looking, what can we do? How can we improve the process? And it is a continuous process. So even the trends or the recommendations that are made today, tomorrow may not be relevant anymore. So we have to keep, reviewing the processes and see, how can we improve? How can we ensure that this process that we have as performance management aligns employees' performance to the organization's outcomes so that people's efforts are actually directed, in the right places. Now, so the future of work. What exactly is it? What are the characteristics? So I've put up a few things here. We say, they'll have globally distributed smaller teams, connected workforces, people will be entrepreneurial. I'm not going into much detail because of time, and I know that we're all HR professionals here, so we do have an understanding of what this means, but these are just the characteristics of what the future of work looks like. Organizations will begin to operate like smaller companies. They focus on the want instead of the need. They're very adaptable. Like I said, we've heard that recurring in most speakers earlier on. So we need to be able to adapt to change faster. Innovation in little ways, in big ways, is a key thrust for most organizations now. There's a lot of dependability.
Sorry,
oh my.
So if you just put it on slideshow, then you need to progress to the specific slide.
Oh, I'm on slideshow here. Maybe I should stop sharing and reshare it. Okay, let me just take it off and redo that. I apologize.
That's good.
I've stopped sharing. I'm just going to do that once more. Please let me know if you can see now so I can go to slideshow.
Yes, yes, we can see some characteristics on the workplace of the future. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And is this slideshow now? Is it clear to everyone?
It's clear.
Is it on slideshow?
Slideshow.
Oh my, it's not. It's not here. But I mean, I'll just go on. If there's anyone anyone wants to say, you can take me back so that I don't take time. Yeah. So I was saying that another characteristic of the workplace of the future is dependence on cloud, cloud technology. More women in senior management. We have flatter structures. We've had people talk earlier on about hierarchies and structure, organizational structure. Organizations will now tell stories. There'll be a lot of democratizing of learning. There'll be a shift from profit to prosperity. And there's a big difference in both. But I think we can look at that later. People can check that later because I'll also share the slides. And we adapt to the future employee and the future manager. Okay, so those are the 14 things that I've put together that characterize the workplace of the future. Now, what is HR's role? Now, we all know in terms of who we are, and that goes back to the culture that the previous speaker spoke about. So in terms of our purpose, our value, and our culture, how do we operate? How do we ensure this flatter hierarchy or the flatter structure that we've all been talking about, how do we ensure it happens? Now, in doing that, we need to work on decision making, building the structure, and working on talent. How do we attract people? How do we retain them? And how do we ensure that the activities of employees actually lead to the business outcomes? And that's the thrust of my presentation. How do we ensure that performance management is really next generation? How do we ensure that it really helps to deliver on business outcomes? Another key imperative for HR is how do we grow? In terms of learning, what platforms do we have that support people? And what is the ecosystem that is, supporting the business in terms of collaboration, either with HR, tech players, or with other HR people in the ecosystem? So those are the 3 areas where I think HR has a role to play. Now, in terms of the evolution of HR, where did we start from? World War I, World War II, what happened? The US military created a merit rating system, to ensure that they were able to identify who are the best people who could move on in rank and all of that. Then we moved to the next couple of decades, the 1940s to the 1950s. Organizations started to take this thing that the military had invented and use it in the organizations to say, what, how do we identify the best performers and how do we reward the very best performers, and then get rid of the worst performing people. But then we had Douglas McGregor, who came up with the theory why, which, it assumed that people actually wanted to do good and wanted to be engaged and only wanted support. And if they got that support, they would do well. Unlike the theory X, which used rewards and sanctions. But then we moved on another couple of decades and, people began to say, what, this first ranking we're using may not be the very best because what, it's focusing on accountability. What about development of people? And so that was that. And then we moved to the 1980s again when Jack Welch, championed in GE. I'm sure we've all read Winning, the book, where he spoke about how he built GE from, I think, maybe a double-digit $1 million company to $400-500 billion company. I know the methods he used, and one of which was appraisal, the performance management method, where they use first ranking. I'm sure we all remember the bell curve, where we will say top 10%, 70%, lower 20%, and then the lower 20% at the end of each cycle had to exit the organization. And then we moved to the 2000s and 2010s, and organizations are, flatter once again, and we're beginning to focus more on, developing employees, rather than just accountability. Now, what does the future hold for performance management? It's all about empowering people. It's all about the human experience. It's all about continuous feedback rather than 1 or 2 appraisal reviews in a year. So this is performance management as we know it. I'm sure we all know this cycle. You start your planning, the goal setting, then you monitor, which is your performance appraisal reviews, and then you recommend learnings for those who are not doing well. There's a rating, and based on your rating, you either get rewarded or you get sanctioned. So that's it in summary. But what are the issues with this? you know, most organizations today, whether employers, whether employees, whether management, will tell you that performance management doesn't really work. Even those who have made modifications to their process will tell you it's not working very well. You know, whether it's in terms of you don't have enough resources or the right things are not being measured, or it's just too subjective. Okay, and because of all these issues, people are beginning to say, you know what, this thing isn't working. And you know, sometimes it even gives a negative impact. So if people don't believe in the performance management process, and then you're getting them to do, they're not going to work towards those goals. So it actually has a reverse effect against what it is that you wanted to achieve. So how do we then improve performance management going forward? What are the key trends? What are the things that are happening? First things first is that performance management will now not focus just on, you know, the annual reviews and all of that. In fact, some people have eliminated the annual reviews altogether, but some people do have a hybrid. So they have the annual reviews or the biannual reviews, but then they have the continuous feedback, okay? Also, data-driven performance management is a key trend moving forward. People analytics, whether it's in terms of performance management, whether it's in terms of, you know, other areas of HR, you know, sick days, learning and all of that, data is very key moving forward. You know, and so they say rather than doing annual reviews, you know, just once at a particular period, collecting data over a longer period, you know, will ensure that we have enough information to make decisions and to actually make recommendations as well. Another trend that is, you know, key going forward is the human experience. How do we actually personalize the experience for employees? Okay, how do we ensure that even though we don't have variety of processes to manage each individual, but how do we ensure that we can tailor the existing policies or the processes or the whatever it is that we have to ensure that it's bringing out the best in each individual? We've all spoken about, you know, diversity in the workforce, multi-generational workforce. And so people must be managed differently because the characteristics or the features of each generation differ. So how do we ensure that our performance management system captures all these things and can focus on each individual in some way? I spoke about cloud usage earlier on. Okay, so that's another key trend. We'll focus a lot on cloud, especially around performance management. Another key thing is including mental health and wellness in performance management, because if you are not okay or if you are not balanced, you cannot be productive. And organizations have begun to realize this. In fact, there's a WHO report, the WHO report, that says that 1 trillion was lost over a particular period due to mental illness. And so organizations are saying that, you know what, this is a conduit where money is flowing through. Let me just, you know, plug this hole and ensure that my people are, you know, doing okay, to ensure that productivity improves as well. So in, you know, what exactly are the changes? You know, so I've given 5 broad areas, but what are the key things that are being done? Before now, we'll have annual reviews. Going forward, or what, you know, these are the trends. There'll be more one-on-one conversations frequently, you know, whether I want to do them weekly, whether I want to do them informally, but people must get feedback on an ongoing basis. If we wait till half year or full year, then there's no time to make up. Because like we said earlier, that process of annual reviews focuses on your past performance rather than the future. And so people are beginning to move away from that. So rather than focus on individual meritocracy as well, we're looking at team-based goals. How do we collaborate as a team to ensure we meet our goals? You know, rather than pay for performance, we're looking at market-based pay based on the value that that role adds to the organization. Rather than focusing on ratings and rankings, we're looking at progress feedback. You know, rather than management by objectives, want to do a shared goal setting. So employees must be involved in the goal setting. So we're not doing individual goals anymore. We're looking at team goals and organizationally aligned goals. You know, we had a rigid and inflexible process before. We're all positioning or moving towards an agile and evolving process. We had performance improvement plans before. Right now, we have more frequent feedback and coaching. Rather than being performance focused, we want to increase engagement and, you know, employee satisfaction. So how do we go about ensuring that our, you know, performance management process or policy or system in our organization is moving with the trends? the first thing we need to do is to conduct an audit of what we currently have. You know, what are the deficiencies? Where are we doing well? Where are we not doing very well? Now, as we do this, we must include employees, because guess what? They are the key stakeholders in this process, because it's about measuring their performance. And so they must be involved. And in doing this also, we must be agile. We cannot, you know, the agile approach says do things in iterations, you know, and so you keep improving, and it must be flexible. We must be able to adapt to change. We need to be able to see a real-time employee performance going over time, and not just a one-time, you know, this half year or this full year, but how has the employee performed over the entire period. Now, also in thinking about, you know, revamping employee or revamping the performance management process in the organization, some other things we need to think about are, you know, focus on teams and value creation rather than the individual, more joint negotiation of strategy, less rigid goals, an iterative approach. We've said that, more interdepartmental cooperation rather than silos, which we'll, you know, mostly do. Somebody else spoke about transparency as well. It's very key as you come up with your performance management system. So no secrecy. This is how you did, this is what you did. We need to trash it out before moving forward, so that we focus on the future rather than the past. More regular multi-perspective feedback rather than fewer annual reviews. Continuous self-directed learning rather than, you know, HR coming up with the catalog irrespective of the employee need, you know, at the beginning of the year and say, you know what, this is your training for the year, go and run with it. Why don't we discover as we move ahead, what are the key learning needs of each individual and focus learning towards that. Changing role and team compositions to less rigid boxes, and we spoke about that earlier. Fluidity, flexibility in the organizational structure, a flatter hierarchy. Now, if we do this, what are the benefits? There's an impact on performance because the employee is involved, the employee understands their roles, they understand how their role impacts on the organizational benefits, so they will work towards those things. Obviously, this impacts on team performance as well, and in turn, the organizational performance, which is the key objective of performance management anyway, is to ensure that all efforts or all activities of the employee result in me meeting the organization's objectives. So what are other organizations doing? I've just put a few things because we keep talking about digital. So there's Apple, there's Google, there's Netflix. They say they are more productive than the average company because they're using a mix of employee performance management strategies rather than focusing on that, focus on organizational structure and trust building. You know, there's Apple and Google as well that dedicate 95% of their top talent to key business functions as opposed to spreading top talent. And so what they believe, we've all heard of the Pareto principle. And so they're saying, if this are the people who are delivering the work, then we're going to focus them on these key business areas rather than spreading them around. So I'll focus them in the areas that give me the highest returns as an organization. Now, there's an example that I found interesting, and it says that it took 600 Apple engineers fewer than 2 years to develop, debug, and deploy iOS 10. This is according to Bain & Company, a consulting company. Now, contrast this with 10,000 engineers at Microsoft that took more than 5 years to develop, debut, and ultimately retract Vista. That's Microsoft Vista. So can we see the difference there? So they must be doing something right in Apple. And one of the things they said is that you know, they're using a mix of employee performance management strategies rather than focusing on, you know, the traditional annual reviews. In conclusion, you know, what is all this fight about? We need to reimagine the entire organization. Obviously, performance management is a key thing here because it is what helps us to achieve our goals. Another key thing I wanted to bring out, and I think Ibiene set the tone earlier, as the, you know, earlier in the session, when she says we need to understand our organizations. Every organization is different. There's a difference between best practice and best fit. So we can't just carry every research we see and come and say this is the latest fad, we need to do it here. No, we need to understand what is the focus of our organization, what is our objective for this period, and then tailor these fads or these trends towards those. I'm sure I did it in much less time than was expected. So I don't know if we have any questions. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Bisola, for that really insightful session. A real power-packed session we've had today. In the interest of time, we'll take just one question. And I think the question is around, we've been talking about hybrid teams here, right? So how do we ensure that, so while some people are in the office and some people are at home, how do we ensure that there's fairness in the performance management system in such a way that people who work from home are not don't benefit, they are not, there's sort of, oh, sorry, can you still hear me? There's some form of bias between people working from home and people working in the office. So how do we ensure that when we're measuring or managing performance, there's no impact on people working from home and people working in the office?
Okay, so for me, and like previous speakers had said, yes, there's hybrid workforce and some people are in different places. But for me, the key thing is the outcome. So it doesn't matter where I am or how I do it. It's really the outcome. So like, I think it was Neka or someone that said, if my productive time is 4 a.m. and I'm able to wake up and deliver the same quality of work that I would have done if I was in the office, then it really doesn't matter where I am. So for me, it's changing our performance and focusing on an outcome and value-based system rather than, the number of tasks you need to do to get it or, where you are at the point in time. So that's the way I would look at it. Let us turn things around and focus on the final outcome and the value add from each person. I don't know if that helps or answers that question.
Yes, it does. And I think that's been really useful. Thank you so much, Bisola, for your time here this evening. We really appreciate you making our time to be here with us. If we do have other questions, we'll send them to you. And if you can,
thank you very much.
We'll share with the community. So thank you so much for your time. We'll turn it on to the next speaker.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us and sticking with us so far. I'm sure we've been getting a lot of learnings since we started. I'll just be introducing the next speaker briefly. Funlola Akitunde is currently the head human resource which comprises of recruitment and HR operations, talent management, culture, and people engagement. Funlola has about 18 years experience in human resource management, business support, administration, HR, and management consulting, and business process redesign. She worked with various organizations such as Exelon Capital, United Capital PLC, Chapel Hill Denham Group, KPMG Professional Services, MTN Nigeria, and Accenture. She has a keen drive for peak performance management and operational excellence, both in active career and extracurricular endeavors. She has advised both national and international organizations on operational human resource management, such as the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG, which she helped design a management framework that incorporates leading practices and optimizes performance of staff. She holds a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, and is a certified SAP RT consultant. Please join me in making to you, Funlola, as we learn from you this evening.
Good evening. Good evening. I don't know if anyone can hear me, please.
Yes, we can.
Good evening.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Thank you for inviting me to speak this evening. I'll just quickly share my screen. I know it's been a long day for most people, so as much as possible, I'll keep it brief and without missing out on salient points. Let me know when you can see my screen, please.
Yes, you can.
Okay. On slide show.
Yes, I can see.
Okay, fantastic. So this evening, I'll be speaking on diversity and inclusion for a dispersed workforce. And I know that the topic on diversity is not new to any of us. In our work workplaces, there's no percentage or degree of diversity is what we'll be discussing today. So in terms of definitions, I'll take the different definitions of diversity and I will use that of the Global Diversity Practice, which states that diversity is any element that can be used to differentiate people and groups from one to the other. There are two different dimensions. So there's a primary dimension that shapes an individual's basic self-image and worldview, and that's along the elements of age, ethnicity, gender, physical abilities, sexual orientation. And then we have the secondary dimensions that affect an individual's self-esteem. And the elements include location, economic background, educational background, marital status, and religion. Now, you must agree with me that this list isn't exhaustive, and the only constant thing in life is change. So as you know, we have different socioeconomic changes, political and technological developments. We would expect to see more elements in defining diversity. So, for example, a few years ago, we didn't have we only defined ourselves in terms of gender. Now we have what we call gender identity. We have sexual orientation. In terms of type of workers, we have child workers, we have aged workers, and the speaker had already spoken about the various generations within the workplace. Inclusion talks about a sense of belonging, and it's a process of engaging each individual to make each of them valued within the business organization. So in very simple terms, diversity is a mix, while inclusion is getting the mix to work well together, okay? So I'm going to just repeat that. Diversity is a mix, while inclusion is getting that mix to work well together. And inclusion is the foundation of diversity management, which just refers to, you know, the various policies, programs, formal and informal processes we put in place to ensure that the organizational culture change is related to diversity. So in very simple terms, that means that, you know, what policies do we put in place to embrace and celebrate the rich dimensions within each individual to ensure that they bring out the best within the organization. Over the years, diversity management we've seen different changes. So whilst diversity management initially started in terms of discrimination and equal opportunities, now when we speak about diversity management in the workplace, it's seen as a business-driven strategy. And I explain that in the next couple of slides, because it talks about the benefits of diversity management. You know, as HR practitioners, you appreciate that sometimes when we go to our business leaders and try and implement an initiative or talk about something that is, they call it the latest, they'll probably think that we're talking about the latest trend. We need to be able to support it with the benefits of these things. So whilst diversity management started with anti-discrimination and equal opportunities, it is now a business-driven strategy. And over the years, you would see that in companies, based on research, companies are beginning to emphasize diversity in the people. So in terms of just talking about diversity, there are three different paradigms, or should I say strategies. Assimilation focuses on discrimination and fairness. And that is the most popular approach, particularly in countries such as Nigeria, for example. It focuses on, on the moral and legal case of diversity. So ensuring fair hiring, equal opportunities. If you look at our public system, for example, or governance, where we say that in Senate, in governance, you must have a representative from each state. That refers to assimilation. However, there's been arguments that this does not necessarily lead to integration or inclusion. The second one is differentiation, and that emphasizes gaining access and legitimacy. So for example, you see when companies set up in a different, in a country that's not not where the head office is situated, and you see them hiring people, focusing on hiring people who are locals, just to give them some form of legitimacy within the country. You would see that in Nigeria, when you have particularly oil and gas companies coming here, the government has said that have pronounced that, certain number of staff should be Nigerian staff. So in addition to transferring knowledge, it also gives the company some form of legitimacy in operating in that company, in that country. And the last one will be integration. And this is where we, as an organization or as HR practitioners, we're looking to, we want to operate. It promotes integration, it promotes organizational learning and effectiveness. So this leverages diversity in the workforce and ensuring that people work well to increase productivity and engagement within the workforce. Again, I said earlier that this is not a fad. There's research regarding benefits of diverse workforce, and each and every one of us in our various companies, we do have diversity in our workforce. You have diversity in terms of age, diversity in terms of gender, diversity operating in Nigeria. You obviously have diversity in terms of culture or ethnicity, and research has shown that the various benefits to that. So, for example, the most basic one that I will speak about, or I'll start with, is just a larger talent pool. So you have larger number of people to actually hire from. You will agree with me that recruitment now is a bit of a challenge, and maybe not now, but recruitment is increasingly becoming a challenge. Just getting the right set of suitable candidate for your organization. So if you open up yourself to different types of individuals, you're opening yourself to a larger and a diverse talent pool. Research has also shown that where you have, let's take gender, let me use gender diversity, where you have more female staff in senior management positions, those companies arguably are doing better in terms of productivity, profitability than companies that have more single sex, or rather, should I permit me to use the word male dominated top management companies, individuals. Again, inclusion, when you have a diverse workforce and you have inclusive initiatives, that obviously would boost employee moral engagement, improve employee retention, and enhance your reputation. I think the speaker has mentioned something about culture, that increasingly people are not looking to join your firm because of money. They're looking at the culture that the company has in place. So when you have initiatives to ensure that the various diverse individuals you have are properly engaged, they are valued, they are heard from, they're listened to, that would definitely improve your culture and increase employee retention. Now, to bring it home to Nigeria, this actually was very interesting when I came across this. A global survey done by Society of Human Resource Management ranked Nigeria, this was in 2009, ranked Nigeria as one of the top most diverse countries in the world, and simultaneously ranked the country as the 45th out of a total of 47 countries sustain national diversity. So what this means is that Nigeria is, we have a lot of diversity. So in terms of religion, we have about 250 ethnic groups, religion, obviously gender. And in terms of all the countries that surveyed, 47, we ranked 5 in terms of diversity. However, we are not using that diversity properly. We're not getting the best of that diversity and ensuring that we get the best potential for the country. And that country is, when I speak country, is as a whole in terms of the public space and in the private space. So there's something I came across, and it says that the paradox between the country's diversity potentials and harnessing them may be as a result of many factors, including our weak institution and government framework. So I spoke about the federal character principle, and which is the assimilation principle, is that we, as a country, it appears that we're just ticking the boxes, so we get people in there, but we're not ensuring that we get the best of them in terms of working together as a group. And when I looked at this and I looked at Nigeria, I thought that, well, Nigeria actually that is a reflection of our individual, of us as individuals and our organizations as a whole. Are we truly getting the best from our people working together? So in terms of teamwork and collaboration, are people within our organizations working well together to ensure that we're getting the most in terms of productivity, in terms of output from the individuals. Now, taking it to the private sector, we are not limited while how the public sector is limited in terms of the federal character. We can basically implement higher as we can, subject obviously to the limitations of your company, but you can hire a diverse mix of people, and we can put in initiatives in place to ensure that these diverse people work together. So, sorry, there's something on my screen that's distracting me. Just take that away. 1 second, please. Thank you. So over the years, while we have some companies that don't really talk much about diversity and quite silent on it, we have a lot of companies who actually have some policies around diversity. So when you, for example, when you look at recruitment, I'm sure we all have this policy that says that we do not discriminate on the basis of race, religion, national origin, color, sex, disability, yes? But then when we have that in place and we bring people in, then what are we doing to ensure that we retain them? Because again, as I said in the beginning, recruitment can be difficult and can be challenging. And you don't want to have to hire these people, hire people into the organization. And then after a few months or years, or a couple of years, because we don't have initiatives in place to ensure that these people, the various diverse individuals are heard, are valued, taking into consideration the various elements that define them, such as their religion, such as their gender, then they leave us. And then at the end of the day, you keep on having to recruit again. So in my company, FMDQ, what we have, we actually monitor and we actually report on our diversity in terms of gender and in terms of ethnicity, which in Nigeria is those are the two key elements that you find. Whilst in other countries, more advanced countries, they have other elements that separate, that they look at in terms of diversity. In Nigeria, my internet is going to go off in a minute. Please let me know if it does. I'm going to try and change. Please bear with me. Give me a minute. I don't know if you can still hear me. Give me a minute to. Okay, thank you. Give me a minute to change my. My Wi-Fi. Okay. I think I skipped it. Okay. So we at FMDQ are saying that we actually monitor diversity in terms of gender and in terms of ethnicity. We've been lucky, or I guess maybe not lucky is the word, we've been intentional to ensuring that we have gender parity in or gender balance in FMDQ. So in terms of gender balance, let me take this top management, for example, it's a 50-50 balance. And when you look at the whole staff strength as a whole, we have more females in terms of 62% in favor of females to the 48, is my math correct? to the males. But back to Nigeria and the private sector, what you will find is that multinationals have clearly articulated their diversity initiatives and the structures. So multinationals, because they practice this abroad, it's easy for them to transfer these initiatives locally, obviously taking into consideration the dynamics within Nigeria. And when I was doing this research, I found that one or two oil and gas companies actually have diversity as their core values. And they have diversity and inclusion officers and various initiatives that drive this. Now, how companies are managing diversity? So I'll speak generally on companies, and then my next slide will talk about, as HR practitioners, what can we do to manage diversity and drive inclusion? I spoke about diverse workforce in terms of recruitment. So companies are now being a bit more intentional in their recruitment, ensuring that they're hiring across across the genders, and across ethnic groups. In terms of our employee life cycle management, which looks at how do you attract, how do you develop, and how do you retain, the initiatives should be tailored towards the very the directives, because again, as one of the culture and individuals, I think another speaker when he was talking about, I think it was Generation Z, they are more interested in what is it, not in what is it for me, basically, but what are we, they know what they're bringing to the table, what is the organization bringing to them. So as an organization, where you put out your diversity initiatives and your inclusion initiatives, you have more people being attracted to you. And it's not just in terms of employees, in terms of your stakeholders as well, because diversity is now a big deal. In the last few months, I think, or was it a month ago, we had the International Women's Day. And after a lot of, a number of companies did the I Dare to Challenge, I believe, what else are we doing regarding that? What else are we doing to promote gender equality in our workplace? Another thing is that we can improve, companies are improving their work environment. So I know a number of companies that are actually doing learning language initiatives, they're learning French, but I've also found a number of companies now that are actually learning Yoruba. Another thing is in terms of work environment is that you have nothing, so you have women in your workplace, do you have nursing facilities for them? So nursing rooms. Do you recognize that people, for example, the Muslims, on Fridays, they have to go and pray? Do you put that, do you consider that, and do you make allowances for people's religions? And just to bring it home in terms of HR, what can we do? And I'll just speak through these various elements or various initiatives. So these are just ideas. And I want to challenge each and every one of us. It's one thing for us to read best practices, what organizations and what different countries are doing in terms of diversity and inclusion. But it's another thing for us to understand our business and know what's best for us. We understand as HR practitioners, we're strategic partners, right? So we should understand what our company's strategic objectives are, what we're looking to achieve as a company. And in understanding that, you can then tailor your various initiatives to promote diversity and to promote engagement. So the first thing I want to talk about is listen to your employees. I always thought I was young. I obviously didn't think I knew it all, but working in FMDQ, where we have quite a number of millennials, so a number of Gen Z staff. And it was interesting just listening to them and what they would like to see to ensure more effective productivity and engagement. It was interesting to hear the things they were talking about, even just the look and feel of the building. So we have a building in our office, we just did it, and we think it's really nice, white walls and all. And we're like, no, it doesn't promote this, it doesn't help this, it doesn't help them to think, you need the different colors and all of that. And that's just one diversity in terms of age. Then if you talk to your other employees, you talk to other sets of employees in terms of the things that will make them feel valued and listen. I had mentioned acknowledging and honoring multiple religious and cultural practices. So luckily for us in Nigeria, we do recognize the two main religions, which is Christianity and Muslims. So we already have holidays. So when they have the holidays, we already have holidays where we actually shut down as an organization for people to practice their religion. But aside from that, what else can we do as an organization? So here, I know some companies, I think previously, I don't know about now, but I know initially when I started my career, the wearing of hijabs in some companies was not allowed. But if you hire a Muslim who is comfortable and she wears hijab, why won't you let the person wear his or her hijab? How does that affect productivity? That will make the person, when people are comfortable working in the environment, it brings out the best in them. Now, another thing is evaluate your executive team in terms of gender equality. I spoke about FMDQ and gender equality in terms of our senior executive staff, but some of us may not be able to hire or have a say in hiring at executive level. Look across the entire workforce. So we don't necessarily even have to start with the executive level. Even the junior staff, from junior up to the senior level, what is the balance? What is the mix in terms of gender balance? Do we have enough females versus male? Or do you even have some companies, do you even have more females than male? And the men in the company feel a bit isolated. Use the inclusive workplace model. So I talked about nursing room. You have women in your offices, they get pregnant, they have babies, they come back. Do they have to go to the bathroom to go and express? Do you have comfortable nursing rooms for the female in the workplace? Foster diverse thinking. And then when we hire across board, you have different people with different backgrounds. We need to be open. Sometimes HR will just go open up a policy and just do bam. Everyone should just take it like that. But we need to be open to diverse thinking. We need to be open to listen to our employees, because really that's what we are. That's our job. We're here to serve employees. We're here to ensure that they have, they enjoy the experience of working in that environment. So we need to be open to listening to them, understanding what they want, and implementing it in line with our company's strategic objectives. And another thing I want to speak to is eliminating bias. So we do have unconscious biases as an organization, as an individual. There are jobs that you're in, where you say that it has to be, it's either it's a male, it's for a man, or it's for a woman. We need to begin to eliminate unconscious biases in recruitment, in promotion. I mean, I remember when I was starting my career, I started in consulting, and one of the clients I was working with, they had this partnership structure, and it was actually a man who wasn't allowed to. He had ticked all the boxes and was due to a partnership, but he didn't get the partnership just because he was a man, but he was single. And the thinking at the time in that company was that, oh, if he's single and doesn't have a family, he's not managing a family, how can he manage a company? So those are unconscious biases that we have as individuals that we need to begin to engage our leadership on, and even within our organization as individuals. I know, for example, let's take the age bias. In America now, they don't. Okay, let me start with Nigeria. I know that for entry level, typically when companies are recruiting, they will say not older than a certain age, so not more older than 25. So already you have limited people that can come in as a new hire. I understand and sort of agree that, okay, you want a balance, you don't want too many old people on as entry level. But in other countries now, other clients, that they begin to think about a diversity, and they begin to think of inclusion, and begin to think that, it's what is the inherent talent that people have that they need to bring to the table and they need to tap in. They're now beginning to look, not to think too much about ageism, and they're hiring based on potential. So just for us to note that as we begin to look at diversity, promote diversity within our organizations, we also need to think about the various initiatives that we need to put in place. And as the previous speaker said, we should be careful not to just look at what other countries are doing and then implement it. You have to implement it in line with what your company is looking to achieve. And this may be a bit hard in terms of diversity, in implementing diversity. So one thing I would implore us to do as HR practitioners is always sell the upside to your leadership. Always sell the upside and sell data. Data works. Data, there's so much research on how promoting diversity and inclusion in the workplace will bring about improved productivity. Limitations, I'm about to round up now. So in terms of limitations, you will agree that managing people is extremely difficult. I think it's easier if you have a product and I'm selling a product and I'm just here to my job is to create a product and sell it. That is so much easier. But now you're telling me, we're now saying that we need to hire diverse people and then ensure that the workplace, the experience they have is second to none, so that we can retain them, we can develop them, and which in turn will increase productivity. However, this comes with a lot of challenges. which is similar to all the various initiatives that we would, or number of initiatives that we would roll out as HR practitioners. So communication issues in terms of barriers and sensitivity to gender and age, and even ethnicity. So not even in terms of communication, but there's some things that are, or there are some practices that are peculiar to various races and ethnic groups that if you're not familiar with, you will think that the person is a bit off or the person is being rude. You have a mix of people who are working together. You definitely have different opinions. You have a bit of hostility in terms of unconscious biases and distrust. And implementation, again, is going to be really, really difficult. You know that when we are implementing things in HR, we always talk a lot about change management. So this is just implores that we need to look at the positive sides. We do understand that there are limitations, but if we focus more on the positive sides, we're able to implement and hopefully earn the fruits of diversity and inclusion. And in just to conclude, I don't think we don't have a choice anymore in terms of diversity, in terms of implementing initiatives. Even if we're at the stage where we're not looking to increase our diversity mix, we already have a workforce that is diverse in itself. So how we're ensuring that we're putting initiatives in place and we're making that experience good enough for everyone to maximize the potential in every person. So organizations that remain for some, which means that you're not thinking about every single person. Organizations that remain for some will risk losing money, earning less, and falling behind their competitors in this disruptive climate. However, companies that succeed for all will cultivate tremendous value from their people differences and will thrive. Thank you very much. I hope I kept my time. Hello?
Yes, you did. Blossom, are you on?
I don't know if anybody heard me. I wasn't.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Blossom, you can carry on.
Thank you. Who is the next anchor? Can the next anchor please take the stage, or the previous anchor will continue to run this?
I'm the next anchor. Good evening,
Sorry,
everyone.
the previous anchor who was handling Funlola, please. There are loads of questions, Funlola, thank you, that loads of comments, more like it, that have come in. A lot of people are asking about the slides. We're going to make sure that we share the slides with you. People have said that this is a very interesting presentation. Diversity is such an interesting topic. Someone has said this is an awesome and amazing session. You've provided amazing insights. People are applauding you. Wow, this is amazing, and so on and so forth. All right. So this has been an extremely stimulating presentation. Someone said here, and I would like to just go through that very quickly before we welcome Madam Alero, who is waiting to start the next presentation. Someone is asking here, Mr. Abayomi Oyeleye. Sorry, hold on a second. I need to be sure that this is the right question that I'm getting out, so that I'm not, sorry, I think it's the wrong question I was about to ask. I can't quite see this question.
From Abayomi.
Yes,
Question from
could you read it
Abayomi,
out,
actually.
please,
You're
because
right.
I can't
Talking
see
about-
it. Yeah, could you go
Okay,
on?
so it's talking about diversity. What
Yeah.
do you
Okay,
think
there's a
about the
question earlier.
organization who employs or prefers a particular gender due to the nature of the job? What can we say of such an organization? Can we say there are careers that are gender sensitive, or is it a leadership problem or failure on the part of the organization of HR? And just in addition to that, we can just take the two questions. What strategies, programs do you employ to eliminate bias in processes and systems organization-wide? So those are the only two questions we'll be able to take.
Okay, pardon me, my internet is a bit, it's not, so can you please repeat the questions? I didn't get them.
Okay, the first one is, what strategies and programs do you employ to eliminate bias in processes and systems organization-wide? And the second one, the summary of it is just that there seems to be sectors where there are jobs that are gender specific, right, or gender sensitive. So the person is asking, is it a leadership problem or failure on the part of the organization's HR? Are there really jobs, maybe the question is, are there really jobs that should be gender specific, right, that only men can do this or only women can do this?
Okay, thank you. I got the second one now. I'll try, if you could repeat the first one after I answer this one. I'm not sure it's a question of if it's a failure of HR or failure of leadership. I think it's just, to be honest, I think it's the way the world has evolved. Because you would say that some roles in the past were more male, were more suited for men, and some were more suited for women. But as things begin to change, you will find that it's not quite the same. And now we're looking to hire for potential and for talent. So for example, I would just, in the days when we used to fly, when we were younger, I'm not sure we had any female pilots. Now look at Nigeria, for example, we have female pilots that are being applauded. So it's a process. I think we will get there. But I think what we can do as HR professionals is to hire for talent. When you begin to hire that electrical engineer who, and I'm just picking up a career from top of my head, who previously was mostly male dominated, and you hire a woman who does a good job, then you'll find that leadership is open to that, because leadership, I'm not sure they really are focused or really care about, it has to be a man or woman. We just want the right person to do the job. So it will take time. It's not, I don't think it's not a failure, because you would see that even in the advanced economies, they have gone through that process. And we'll get there as a nation, we'll get there as organization. What I would just implore each and every one of us to do is begin to hire for talent and for potential. The second, if you can please, I don't know if I hope I've answered that question adequately.
Yes,
so,
thanks.
The second one is about
eliminating bias.
Okay. Eliminating what? Say that again.
Eliminating bias. How do you eliminate
the
bias?
About
eliminating bias in processes and systems in the organization.
Okay. So it's in selling what the upside is. Your business leaders just look at the bottom line, and it's to sell the upside. If you're looking to, let me give an example. I like to use examples. I'm just speaking broadly. If we look at promotion, for example, and the example I gave, where an individual was not being promoted because of a bias that he didn't have he wasn't managing a family. But this is someone who performance record shows that he's performing. What will make him feel when he moves on to the next level of leadership? So what I will implore is that HR practitioners, I'm also part of that. We tend to speak and just paint a very good picture, but we also need to also begin to enhance our discussions with data. Once we can provide data and show the benefits, the upside for our leaders, it might be a slow and painful process, but you will see that we're able to begin to implement some of these things and just break down some of these unconscious biases that we have as individuals, as organizations, and as a country as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Funlola. I'm afraid that's about the questions we can take on this. We'll send any other question to Funlola and she would respond, and we can send that to the House. So we need to move quickly on to the next speaker. Thank you so much, Funlola, for coming, for your time and sharing so much with us this evening. So over to you, Eyitayo.
Thank you so much, Opemiko.
Introduce our next.
All right, then. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for staying with us until now. I'm honored to introduce Madam Alero Onosode. Madam Alero worships and serves as Ikoyi Baptist Church. She's a seasoned human resources executive with over 30 years experience in the oil and gas industry. She has global experience in leadership and human capital development. She is currently MD, AAO Tasalach Limited, a consulting and advisory company. She previously worked with Shell in various HR roles and as the venture integration risk manager responsible for the integration of non-technical risks in Project Promises, and was general manager HR in Seplat Petroleum Development Company. Madam Alero holds a Bachelor of Arts in English and an MBA from the London Business School. She's a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, CIPM, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Development, should be, I think, CIPD UK. She is sold out to Jesus and passionate about women. The Lord has given her a vision for Christian women on the platform of Women at Work. This network seeks to empower women to be Christ transformed and God glorifying in all that they do. Please join me to welcome Madam Alero. Thank you very much, ma'am. You have the floor.
Good evening, everyone.
I think Okwe needs to stop sharing so that you can share. Okwe Mipo.
Oh, okay, you can see my screen yet?
Yes, we can see your screen now, ma'am. You have 20 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. And it's going to be a short one. It's difficult taking the midnight shift, I would say, but it's really an honor and a privilege to share a few thoughts with you. And please allow me to digress a bit from the tone and the approach of the presentations so far. First and foremost, as I said, it's really an honor to be here, but I think the first thing I'll do is probably take objection with the topic, which is women in leadership, does remote working impact career advancement? And my attitude towards that is, it's not just women that are impacted by remote working. And really, I believe that is one of the key things we need to begin to advocate as HR people, that both men and women do have a responsibility and complete lives to live. And so therefore, we need to be encouraging the partnership and ensuring that when we look at policies, we look at them from both sides of the lenses. So I really would be talking about how remote working impacts career advancement, whether it's for women or for men. And I would start with a story of, remote working. I think particularly in the last year, and I wouldn't go over that again, has gained quite a lot of prominence in terms of business discussions. We all know because COVID happened. But really, these are conversations that have been going on forever. And my attitude is most organizations were already working remotely one way or the other. So when you look at organizations in terms of their footprint, whether you have a head office and you have satellite offices, it means that there were some people who were working remotely. And what we then need to do, or what we've done in the last year, is actually expand that frontiers into even smaller cells. So not just looking at your head office and maybe 2 or 3 satellite locations, but you're now looking at your head office and a myriad of homes, basically in thousands of homes now, serving as satellite offices. And that really is the magnitude of the transformation or change that we have been discussing. So my view is remote working has always been, but the landscape has just broadened. And we're now in a world of, it's work anywhere. In those days, even when we talked about remote working, we talked about remote working within the boundaries of a country. Now we're talking about people working remotely globally across different time zones. We're talking about people working anytime. So whether it's early morning, late night, whatever works for you, there are opportunities to do it now. And the last one I put there is people work anyhow. You have people who basically work fully clothed. Some are in different stages of undress, as I will call it. Some have formal spaces in their homes to do this. Some are doing it in the sitting room. It's just a myriad of approach and flexibility that has been introduced into this. But I think the key message is whatever the circumstance is, the mindset for each and every one of us is you keep working. You have to find a way to make it work. And I also just wanted to point out that whatever we're seeing now in terms of the landscape of remote working actually came out of the sweat and pain of others. I remember over the years, the conversation around remote working was almost unheard of. I know people had to pay a lot of price for them to be able to manage life. I mean, these days, I don't like to talk about work-life balance. I just talk about life because life in itself is fully integrated of both the home front, the social front, the spiritual front, and the physical forms that we need to basically manage. But if we all kind of reflect, at least if I speak about my generation, our mothers started off in many cases having to give up quite a bit for them to live life as they knew it. So they, even regardless of how bright they were, some of them just had to be teachers or nurses, something that gave them some flexibility for them to be home and in the workforce as well. And I remember about 2 decades ago, working in Europe, a lot of the women had to work part-time. So that was basically the entrance of when you begin to talk about remote working and flexibility in terms of structured organizations. So they work part-time, that meant they gave up part of their pay. And over time, the more senior women needed, or the more women grew within organizations, the conversations needed to change. And there you began to have this whole issue of, working remotely. But one of the things I knew was that it was a very painful process, and that remains the conversation today, that does it cost you something for you to have that flexibility? And until we began to have the men folks actually embrace it and practice it, it did not really gain the kind of traction that was necessary for it to be seen as an advantage. Sorry, I needed to put this on slideshow, and I'm going to kind of run through it. So like I mentioned, I just want us to remember that whatever we see now is riding on the shoulders of some other people, and we also need to set the tone for others to ride on. So whatever we do, however we embrace this new world, is going to be an enabler for the future of work. So one of the first things, and like I said, bear with me because my introduction really is that every opportunity I get, particularly speaking with believers, is to advocate that we see the platform of work as a kingdom assignment. And when I started to think about working remotely, one of the things that struck me is that we are all working remotely. If you are a kingdom child, you are working remotely, because where we are at now is not our home. We are basically on assignment in a different clime, and we are required to continue to work for the master. And Colossians 3:23 to 24, I have loads of scriptures. I think as I was going through listening to my colleagues, what kept coming to my mind is I use scripture mainly as the anchor and the references for what I would be talking about. And Colossians 3:23 to 24 kind of admonishes us that we should remember that we walk unto the Lord. Wherever we are walking unto the Lord. So yes, we are heavenly people on the face of the earth, and that means that we walk remotely. And the question then is, if this is God ordained, if this model is already the way God has structured work, how can we get it wrong? And I would just like to reiterate a few pointers there as to challenges that we currently have even with remote working today. And the first one there is that many times we forget who we work for. So if we look at ourselves as believers on the face of the earth, many times we forget that we're actually on kingdom assignment. And also we see in the workplace that once people are not face to face with their bosses, they kind of forget who they work for, particularly because over time, we have developed in a culture that kind of rewards face-to-face interaction and service. So we do a lot of eye service, we used to call it in those days. You see me, you know I'm working. And now once that scene is not there, there is a tendency for you to lose sight of who really you work for. The other point I would like to say is that many times the task is not clear. So clarity around what the deliverable is and the understanding of what the mission is. It's also very easy to get distracted. So many times when we go into remote work, working from home, there are lots of other things happening around us, and we can basically get distracted into all of those things. We get comfortable and disconnected. I talked earlier about the different stages and people work anyhow. So now the kind of rigor and structure that was put in the place of work to start with can be missing in many instances. We burn out. Usually with a new way of work and technology, we don't have boundaries. There is no time set apart for work, for family, for other things. So you see people get to their desk now because it's in their bedroom, and they are there from 7 a.m. till midnight. So boundaries are no longer in place, which leads to physical and emotional burnout. And then the other thing is we do not give regular account. So many times we're working, but we're not checking in. We're not assessing how we are doing. So first and foremost, as I said, just spend some time and reflect on the nature of remote work and look at the remote work arrangements that you also currently have and how effective are you able to deliver on that. So if I go back to the question of can remote working impact your career advancement, my answer is yes. But it can impact it positively or negatively. It's all up to you and what you do. And so I'll just spend the next few minutes talking about what we do as individuals in this space, because I always believe that you can give what you don't have. So first and foremost is as practitioners of work in itself, what are the things that we need to do differently? And then as we go into our role as HR, I'll just summarize. And I must say that a lot of the things on the HR side have already been mentioned earlier. And so I'll just be reiterating some of those messages. Sorry. Okay. So the first thing I'll say is in terms of, so how do we soar? How do we ensure that remote working delivers a positive outcome for us? And the first thing I said is check the client. The scripture tells us watch and pray, check the client. And I think a lot of the speakers have mentioned that earlier, that the stage of organizations differ, the practices in organizations differ, expectations differ. And so it's important that you spend some time understanding the landscape of the organization that you're in today. I remember transitioning from an international organization into an indigenous company. And so a lot of the practices I was familiar with were no longer as acceptable. And so that meant I needed to hold on a bit in terms of pushing some agenda. But the first thing I would say there is understand the client. The second thing I would say is assess your motives. Jeremiah 17 tells us that God judges the heart. Assess your motives. Now, why is assessing your motive important, particularly with remote working? A lot of the time we want to work, the question is, why do you need to work remotely? Is this because you find it more productive for you personally? Is this because you have a genuine need to work remotely? Or is this just because it is the fad and everybody else is doing it? I've spoken to people who feel cheated that some people get to work remotely and they don't get to work remotely. And the key question is, who is being served by your ability to work remotely? And you really need to check your motives. That is this right? Do I have a pure motive for wanting to work remotely? I would say that over my career in the earlier years, I didn't have a need to work remotely. I didn't desire to work remotely. But the point at which I felt the need to, I also did not shy away from making the demand or the request to work remotely as is required, or to make to ask for support of the organization when I needed to. So I think we need to just check, why am I doing this? Because there are times what the organization needs from you is probably even to be the only person in your team who is on site, because the needs of others around you might be a bit more pressing. The other thing I said is important for you to know yourself. I think every time we talk about leadership, we talk about self-awareness, knowing what your pitfalls are. So when we talk about managing those distractions, what are the things that you need to put in place based on your own peculiarities for you to be able to succeed? For some of us, it means that you cannot be near your bedroom because you know what your tendencies are. For some of us, you can't have TV on. You just have to be clear as to who am I and what is it that I need for me to be able to flourish in this setting. The other thing is that we have to consciously plan for remote working. A lot of organizations in the light of the pandemic were thrown into remote working. And we saw that it wasn't as effective for many, because if there were no plans and structures in place before now to enable and support remote working, you can tend to fall on your face. So planning deliberately to work remotely, and again, going back to when I worked overseas, you basically put in a request, they do the home assessment. You have to be conscious in the demand to work remotely. The other thing I would say is stay connected. Many of us see remote working as almost moving into isolation. And it's important that even though you work remotely, you must establish platforms for which you stay connected. One of the things that we had to do basically was, I noticed with my team last year when we started this whole pandemic struggles, I was still working full-time. And I noticed that, the team basically wasn't talking. Everybody was kind of doing their own thing. And there were times I just set up meetings and said, look, I just need to see your faces. And I used to tease them. I said, I need to see your faces regardless of the state of undress, because, people would put up their cameras and say, oh, I don't have my wig on. I don't have makeup. And I'm like, look, it doesn't matter. What matters to me right now is that I can see you, I can feel you. So it's important that we do set up platforms to stay connected and to value others. I think more than ever before, the issues of respect for each other kind of surfaces a lot in the conversations around remote working. How much do you value your peers? We need to be able to ensure that we stay connected. The other thing I put there is always seek for help, because in the course of, like I said, it can be lonely, it can be isolating, and nobody really sees you, nobody really knows what's going on with you. So reaching out into the world of others and seeking for help is extremely important. I talked about setting the boundaries, and that means that even with work, work is very portable these days, but you need to set the boundaries. At what point am I going to be at work? At what point am I going to be shutting off? I think a couple of weeks ago, I was listening to a lady talk about wellness, particularly in these times of the pandemic. And one of the practices that it seems to be very enabling is that you actually show up in your place of work, even though it's in your house or it's wherever it is, but you show up at a particular time and you shut down at a particular time. So what she said was she always takes her bath, dresses up, fully made up, and shows up at her desk in the house. And she knows at a certain point also she's going to have to shut down. So you need to set those boundaries because nobody is going to set them for you. So there are controls that you need to take and put in place. The other one I put is keep developing. One of the greatest things I would say with the pandemic is that a lot of learning has also been pushed into the frontiers of portability as well. So you can access it at any time and anywhere. So it's important that we keep learning. I think one of the things that we know has proven most useful is also digital learning, being able to just be savvy with the tools and the technology that is available to us. So we basically need to keep our iron sharp. And that scripture talks about learning to be approved. So we need to keep developing ourselves. The last point I'd like to make there is that we need to live in the supernatural. For us to be effective remotely is that we need to know that we live to glorify God, and we need to seek and prioritize that above all else. And I particularly repeat that, as believers in the place of work, it's important that we recognize that our work is not unto men, but we work unto the Father, and we use whatever platform is available for us to differentiate and distinguish ourselves as kingdom advocates. And so finally, sorry, I'm rushing through this because I recognize that, like I said, it's the midnight shift today. Sorry. So the last thing I would like to talk about is what then is, so I've spoken to us as individuals within the workplace, but what then is our role as HR people? And the first thing I said, I just dumped a number of C's there. But the first C, and I believe that that particular session on culture is extremely important, that as we prepare organizations for what might be or not be, because I think the point Ibiene made earlier is so important, that who really knows tomorrow, who really can predict what the future of work is. But what we know we have to do is build the capability and resilience within organizations to respond to whatever that future brings. And so the first thing I would say is, as HR people, we know that we have a responsibility to drive and shape the culture. And people will naturally resist change. And so this needs to be top priority in terms of how do we curate the culture that we want. We know it always starts with the top, so engaging leaders from the CEO and ensuring that they have an understanding as to why this is important. We all know that when you go through history and you look at organizational journeys, when people do not pay attention to change at the right time, it leads to extinction. And those are the conversations we need to be having with business leaders, why this is important. So when you begin to talk about the opportunities that exist, so when we look at remote working, it actually offers a lot of opportunities. Like we said, there are people who now work from any part of the world. One of the key levers for us, for instance, is in particularly with Nigeria and this issue of emigration and people moving out. How do we use this as a lever to continue to tap into talent that we find necessary within the boundaries of our nation and within our organizations? So we really need to help leaders to drive that change. And we are the custodians of the culture. So one is to drive it, and one is to enable and nurture it, to be sure that the processes, systems, and tools that we have in place actually drive the organization in the right direction. The third point I made is we have to drive courage within our organizations. I think Tommy talked about the various age groups and segments within the organization and the ability to get people to speak their truth and to be able to forge together. And so using whatever platforms are available to us, and again, technology offers us a lot of those opportunities, whether they're jam sessions, whether they're, whatever the platform is that allows for people to speak and interact, we need to be driving that. I liked the session, particularly on the performance management, because one of the key things that is important for remote working is performance management. As I said, many of us have grown up in a culture of effort. I gave it so many hours and a lot of eye service. But if you're going to move into a remote working environment, hardcore deliverables have to be key. They must be measurable, they must be transparent, so that at the end of the day, you can actually hold people to account for what they have done, not how much effort they have put into it. And so really, regardless of the evolution and the conversations currently holding in organizations, performance management needs to be front and center to how we drive things going forward. I talked, the next thing is about connections, building communities, ensuring that even in the midst of the dispersed work groups, you have platforms where people can come together and interact. I think with my previous company, we had parties online, we had regular TGIFs online, we had the normal HSE meetings online. You need to continue to encourage communities to build and be the bridge of communication, whatever is required to get people talking. The other point I made is care. Care is extremely important. As HR people, I think there are times in the earlier days in our drive to be business leaders, many of us, me included, probably put our hearts on the hanger. And it's time for us to bring it back on and be the voice of the people. I think the issue has been raised earlier with regards to wellness, the challenges around that, and making sure that we continue to be the advocates for employee wellness, to be the advocate for care within organizations, and equipping leaders with the soft skills that are required for them to do this properly. Competence and growth. And again, like I said, using whatever platforms. I think one of the thing that really amazes me about Nigeria is how quickly we go back to back behavior. Because I remember those days, it took quite a number of years to advocate for people to know that learning doesn't have to take place in person, on courses, on classrooms, but a lot more learning takes place through networking and through actual doing. And again, we need to find ways. I mean, the pandemic did that for us in the last year and a half. Many people have not been able to attend a single course, but learning needs to be differentiated from attending courses. And we need to be able to equip and build that community. And the last point I put there is commendations and consequences. As we begin to drive the dispersed and manage the dispersed work group, and it's really important also that we drive a culture that rewards, validates the things that are working, but also at the same time that we have the courage to apply the consequences that are required when things don't work. So we have the responsibility to enable the whole environment that make organizations succeed, even on the platform of remote working, managing dispersed workforces, and helping them harness. I think the key thing I see as HR people is that our role is to enable the business make the best of its human resources, the people that are available to it. And we need to have these conversations with the leadership, providing the structures, the infrastructure, the hardware, the tools, the offices, whether at home or in the office locations that we have set up, but also particularly the emotional stability that is required for organizations to thrive. Really, I think as HR people, we as individuals need to first internalize how do we walk this journey? How do we live this journey of remote working? Like I said, remembering first that we are already on a remote working assignment anyway, and one day we'll be asked to give account of the journey that we are on. So also we need to enable our organizations to go through that process, remembering that one day there will be a time to give account. And we hope that at the end of the day, that account is positive as we move organizations to the next level of success. So I'd like to just end it on that note, remembering that as we talk about the future, we talk about AI and how artificial intelligence is taking over quite a number of the roles that we thought were HR. So this is not the days of personnel, as we used to call it in those days, where you carry the rule book and you focus on administration and services. This is the point at which HR actually begins to see itself as an enabler to grow the business, and that changes the context of the conversation. So we need to position ourselves so that we're not dispensable, but we are integral to the growth of the business. And I always like to close with my favorite scripture, particularly when it comes to work, which is Romans 22:29. Do you see someone skilled in their work? They will serve before kings. They will not serve before officials of low rank. Our work needs to distinguish us, even as we navigate and curate the organizations of the future. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much, man. There's no better way to have wrapped this up today than this verse of the scripture that says that you see someone skilled in their work, they will serve before kings and not before mere men. And I think that's a perfect way to wrap this up. I think really key insights that you shared this evening. I think the one that struck me the most was who is being served as a result of your work, be it from home or on site. As Christians, it's important for us to go and impact our workplace. And just as the command has been given us by Christ. So thank you so much, Ma, for this powerful session. Before I turn it over to the governor to thank you again and all our participants who have stayed with us this long, it's just two questions for you, Ma, and I'll just take the two together. And the first one is, how do I break into top management? That's what the person is saying. How do I break into top management? One. The second question is, as a Christian, when you have like an MD or CEO with who are corrupt or lack ethics, how do we work or thrive in such an organization with those kinds of things as Christians?
Thank you very much. And I think the first thing is one of the key ways in which you break into management or in which you can begin to talk to power is to build relationship with power. And so that means that when you're in an organization, you have to find ways to build relationship with people at the top, whether it's seeking mentoring relationships, whether it's going to give them feedback. I mean, I have people come to my office and just after one presentation is like, oh, I just want to ask you a question. All they're doing is trying to build a bridge. You cannot begin to speak your truth until you have built a bridge. So I think we need to learn to invest time in relationships, particularly at the times when we are not even asking for anything. So whether it's just dropping a line to senior managers, that I think needs to precede you having the opportunity to speak to them about the real issues going on within the business. Somebody spoke earlier also about using data. As much as possible in terms of giving feedback, you have to leverage on the information that's visible, and you can, you can analyze, you can talk to. And that is important when you talk to business leaders. I think particularly for me, working in oil and gas, where you talk to people who are very data and fact driven, it's important that you learn to speak that language as well. So build the bridge, work with the facts, and the other thing is learn the skill of telling your truth, but in a manner that is respectful and in a manner that is that elicits trust. I think it's always trust with trust. If you heard me speak before, I love the trust equation. It's important that you start your conversations basically on the platform of trust. With regards to working with leaders that are in themselves not upright or do not share the similar values that you have, I think the first thing I would say is probably some hard truth. And we need to individually assess that our circumstance, because the scripture also tells us that what business has light with darkness. So you have to ask yourself whether that is really the organization you need to be in, or maybe you are there on assignment to be the light that actually turns things around. So the key things you do in those contexts is you must always, regardless of what is going on, you have to learn to live your truth. And that means you must be ready to do things different from how those around you would normally have behaved. The other thing you have to do is, as much as possible, speak up for that truth. And again, like I will keep saying, say it in a manner that is respectful. And finally, I would always say, pray for your organizations, pray for your leaders, whether they are good or bad. At least even if you know where they stand, it makes your prayer points a lot more specific as to what you want God to do in their lives. So you need to be able to pray for them. At the same time, you need to be able to speak your truth. And where that is not possible because of the nature of business they're in, I mean, let's say, for instance, you're in an organization now that is a pharmaceutical, but they are turning dates on medicine, or they're doing things that, it's just not ethical. Then you also know that it's time for you to move on. So there is a time to leave, but wherever you stay, wherever the Lord has planted you, you know that there's also an assignment, and you must speak your truth and cover it in prayers.
Thank you so much, Ma. This has been really, really insightful. A lot of thanks and comments and quotes that have been developed from your session this evening. We're really grateful for you to make our time to be here. And you've been here from the beginning of the session up till now. We are very grateful for that. And we pray that God will reward you for this time that you have spent with us today. Do we have the governor on the call to just wrap this up now? We have come to the end of today's session. Really special thanks to everyone who has logged in today, who's taken out time out of their busy schedules, all our speakers. We're really, really grateful for your time here this evening. It appears our governor has been knocked off by internet technology issues. But I think it's thanks from us. Tinuke, do you want to please wrap this up for us? Tinuke. You're on mute if you are speaking. Hello, Tinuke.
Hi.
Okay, please, Emma has dropped off. If you just wrap this up for us so that we can close for the day.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, this is to say a big thank you to Ms. Onosode. I mean, it seems it's like saving the best for the last. There were a lot of useful tips and things to help us navigate our way as we move on the HR career and HR ladder. Very big thank you to you, Ma. We're indeed grateful and for standing by from the beginning till this moment. May God bless you. And thank you
for making us see that, even as Christians, we can have the jobs of our dream, we can have the career of our dream. So blending Christianity and the world of work, the secular world, it works. Thanks for leading the way and showing the example. And then thank you to everyone that has stayed till now also. We hope you take these nuggets and make use of them in your daily work and then as you navigate your way in your career. Thank you once again. God bless you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We've come to the end of today's session. We'll see you again tomorrow. God bless you, Ma. Thank you so much. God bless you, everyone. Bye. Thank you so much for joining. Have a good evening. Enjoy the rest of your evening.